Chapter 383. Guozhuang House and Balagu were both in the countryside. Ever since Li Yinfeng married into Balagu, she had not seen such a lively 15th day of the first lunar month for several years. When she heard the sound of gongs and drums on the street, she could not sit still. It seemed that she was even more anxious to go out than Zhong Xiaohua. On the contrary, the 18-year-old Zhong Xiaohua was very well behaved and sat down with a smile. Nonsense. His divine sense had already been sent out. Of course, he did not need to be so anxious. But he sat so steadily that it unconsciously made everyone present think highly of him. Of course, look at this child. He really seemed to have lived in a big town. This calmness was not something that ordinary people could compare with. Seeing that it was almost time, everyone was full. Old shopkeeper Li got up and, together with shopkeeper Yu, led everyone to the street. They followed the flow of people and admired the lanterns on both sides of the street. The 15th day of the first lunar month was the day of the full moon. High in the sky, a bright moon hung there. Many shops on both sides of the street hung up homemade lanterns. There were also hawkers who set up stalls to sell lanterns. In the flow of people, there were old and young. All of them had lanterns in their hands. They walked and looked and chatted. Not long after Zhong Xiaohua and the others left the Li family, they came across a stall selling lanterns. Shopkeeper Yu waved his hand and everyone bought one. Even Zhong Cai accepted it gladly. He carried a medium-sized lantern in his hand. Zhong Xiaohua was very surprised when she saw this. In her impression, her father was a somewhat old-fashioned person. She had never seen him carry such things for children. But then she saw old shopkeeper Yu and old shopkeeper Li also carrying a lantern with a smile. She laughed in her heart. It turns out that there is innocence in everyone's heart. There were many people on the street, but they were also divided into groups. Li Jinfeng, Liu Kai, and the son-in-law of the Yu family, Zhong Xiaohua, walked together. Li Jinfeng knew that Zhong Xiaohua was unfamiliar with these things, so he pointed here and there and introduced them to him in detail. Li Yinfeng and Yu Bihe were together, holding exquisite lanterns in their hands. It was unknown what they were whispering to each other, but they were also covering their mouths and laughing. The four old people walked at the back. They were a little slow, but they were also chatting happily and nodding their heads frequently. After walking through a few streets, the flow of people increased. It was as if they had been cooped up at home for an entire year and only came out now to get some fresh air. In front of them, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard. Waves of cheers could be heard. Li Jinfeng explained with a smile, "In front of us is a big square in the west of the city. Most of the temple fairs during the new year are held here. Presumably, there is a lion and dragon dance performance now, which is why it attracted so many cheers." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He had an affinity with this square in Lu Town. The first time he saw Liu Qian being molested in the square with his father and two brothers, he stood up for justice and helped Zhong Xiaolong win the beauty. 5 years ago, he and his second brother came across a Jianghu man who was selling medicine in the square and was bullied. He also stood up for justice and got something similar to a pill formula. He also broke one of the bully's legs. He didn't know what strange things he would encounter today. Unfortunately, when he turned the corner of the street, he saw a group of bright lights and a lively scene in front of him. Everyone's face was filled with a happy smile. There was nothing unusual about it. In the middle of the square, 2 dragon dance teams were holding wooden poles. Each of them danced with 2 long dragon-shaped lanterns. They were having a hearty battle. When Zhong Xiaohua saw the dragon shape, she couldn't help but feel moved. On the 9th day of the first month, the dragon shape formed by the heaven and earth essence chi that she saw in her divine sense was similar to this dragon lantern. Presumably, this dragon-shaped essence chi didn't appear just now. It was estimated that 10,000 years ago, when the immortal Tao was at its peak, it also appeared from time to time. This was why the immortal cultivators saw it. He didn't know how it spread to the mortal world. But why wasn't there a phoenix lantern? However, immediately Zhong Xiaohua had an answer. Dragon dance, wasn't it because of the dragon's long body that everyone felt lively when they cooperated? If it was a phoenix dance, only one person would take it. How would it be fun to dance? Moreover, the dragon's head was difficult to tie. If it was a phoenix, the whole body was difficult to tie. It was also inconvenient to do it. It should be so. Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohua was quite proud of her cleverness. Around the dragon dance team, there were more than 10 lion dance teams. They were all sweating profusely. Not only Zhong Xiaohua was happy to see this, but the others also kept applauding. Zhong Xiaohua was also pitiful. Before he went to Pingyang City, he was 12 years old. During these 12 years, he only had the opportunity to come to Lu Town during the New Year, and it was always during the day. He had never experienced the scenery of Lu Town at night. He used to think that the people in Lu Town were like the Guozhuang house, who would turn off the lights and go to sleep when the sky turned dark. Even on the 15th and 16th of the first month, he just took Xiaohua's lantern for a stroll in the village. Until today, he realized that the nightlife of the people in this town was really rich and colorful. After a while, the number of people in the square gradually increased. Zhong Xiaohua and the others were slowly squeezed to a corner of the square. However, even if they were not in the center, it was still lively here. Just as they were enjoying the show, a woman suddenly stumbled out from an alley next to the square. She cried and shouted, my child's father, where are you? My child has been snatched away." She shouted and searched all the way. At this moment, a person blocked her and shouted, "Wunyang, what happened to your Zizi?" Wunyang cried and shouted, "Second uncle, just now, Zizi and I were making lanterns in the courtyard." Suddenly, a masked black shadow fell from the sky, grabbed Zizi, and then jumped onto the roof and disappeared. "Tell me, how can I live like this?" The person pointed in a direction and said, "I think I saw Brother Liu over there just now. You go and look for him." Sigh. Wunyang grabbed his hand as if she was asking for help. She had long forgotten her scruples and said, "Second uncle, can I trouble you to go to the government and ask them to send someone over?" The person said firmly, "Don't worry, Wunyang, I'll go now. However, you have to be mentally prepared. During the new year, the government is the most lax. Moreover, according to what you said, that person is a high-ranking person. How would the government dare to interfere?" Wunyang cried even more miserably and said, Then, I really can't live anymore." After saying that, she stumbled in that direction again. The person called second uncle also sighed and said, "This world." He touched his money pouch, separated the crowd, and went straight to the government. At this moment, a familiar person next to him said, "Sigh, poor Zizi. I just saw her at the corner of the street this morning. She's a very cute little girl." The person next to him also said in surprise, "Don't you think it's strange? Why would someone be interested in a girl from an ordinary family? If he wants to kidnap someone, he should kidnap a beauty, right?" "Yes," second aunt said that it's obviously a master in the martial arts world. "Wouldn't it be better if he came at night? Why did he have to kidnap her now? What time is it now?" Another person said, "Don't underestimate this girl. When I met her this morning, second aunt was taking her for a divination. The blind fortune teller said that this girl's ghost fate is on the 7th day of the 7th month. It's the most gloomy. If she can be used properly and find a good husband, she will bring good fortune to her husband's family." TSK, could it be that the martial arts master in the martial arts world eavesdropped on it and was itching to kidnap her before the sky turned dark? "Cripple, you're just talking nonsense. Zizi is just a 7-year-old child. Hihi, I'm just saying. Maybe the martial arts master is interested in this." These words were getting more and more unpleasant. Sigh. Zhong Xiaohua sighed. Human nature was really unpredictable. He turned to the side and saw several pairs of eyes staring at him. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. She reached out and rubbed her face left and right. Puzzled, she said, "Father, there's no dust on my face, right?" Zhong Cai said, "No. Even if there is, it's so dark. How can I see? Then why are you looking at me?" Zhong Xiaohua was very puzzled. Zhong Cai frowned. He looked around and whispered, "Xiaohua, didn't you hear about what happened to Zizi just now? Don't you have anything to say?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "Of course, I have extreme sympathy. If her mother was born a few hours later, perhaps there wouldn't be such a tragedy. Utilda Zhong Cai pointed at Zhong Xiaohua angrily. He didn't know what to say. He lowered his voice and said, "Didn't you learn martial arts?" Seeing her child go missing, as a mother, she doesn't want to live anymore. Don't you have any intention of helping her? In fact, when the second mother said that her daughter had been taken away, Zhong Xiaohua had already released his divine sense. He had already seen the black-clothed man with the little girl under his armpit. However, there were many people in the square now. The black-clothed man's qigong didn't seem to be very good. Zhong Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. He only wanted to find an opportunity to relieve himself or play some sort of squeezing before going to rescue the girl. But now that his father had pointed it out in front of him, he was in a bit of a dilemma. Actually, it wasn't really a dilemma. Zhong Xiaohua just wanted to stand out in a low-key manner. But these people in front of him, who didn't know that he was an expert. If not for this, Zhong Cai wouldn't have pointed at him and scolded him. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father, don't be angry. Your good son will go now. What do you think?" Go where? The cucumbers are already cold. What's the use of you going now?" Zhong Cai looked at this unfilial son and was still fuming. Zhong Xiaohua touched his nose and was a bit speechless. What was wrong with his father? It was said that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. But this power didn't belong to his father. When did his sense of responsibility become so inflated? Seeing that there weren't many people around, Zhong Xiaohua whispered to Liu Kai, "Brother Kai, pay attention to protect my father. Don't let anything happen to him. I'll be back soon." Liu Kai's face was nervous and said, "Xiaohua, where are you going? Giving such a difficult task to me, I feel burdened in my heart." Zhong Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "I'm going to the side alley to relieve myself." Sigh, everyone collapse. -3. Chapter 384. Zhong Xiaohua slowly walked into the dark alley. Looking around, he really looked like a young man who was secretly urinating. However, when he reached the darkness, he twisted his body as usual and suddenly disappeared. The quiet alley seemed as if no one had ever been there. After Zhong Xiaohua's figure appeared in another place, he didn't waste any time and leaped onto the roof. His feet didn't touch the ground as he chased after a certain place. Yes, it was indeed a roof that didn't touch the ground. Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense was indeed useful. However, there was also a drawback. It was like a person standing at a very high place overlooking Lu Town. Everything was in his eyes, but everything was clear and there was no distinction of importance. Just like just now, when Zhong Xiaohua heard Wu Niang's narration, he released his divine sense to search. However, Lu Town was so big. Although Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense could barely cover it, if the black figure didn't leave hurriedly on the roof, he might not be able to track him down. At this time, after a delay, the black figure had gone far away. It seemed that he had escaped the range of Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. A 7-year-old girl was at the age of flower buds. If something happened to her, her life would be over. Zhong Xiaohua chased after the black figure with all his might. At the same time, he carefully recalled the records of the divine sense in the Carefree Heart Sutra. He wanted to find the technique of using the divine sense in order to overcome the shortcoming of using the divine sense crudely. Half a cup of tea's time passed. Zhong Xiaohua didn't find the answer he was looking for from the Carefree Heart Sutra. This Carefree Heart Sutra was just a basic cultivation method. It only talked about the methods of drawing qi into the body and refining qi. For other magical powers, it only explained the things to pay attention to, but there wasn't the slightest bit of technique to use. Presumably, there wasn't a unified standard for the use of the divine sense. Perhaps each family had their own secret method, so this sutra didn't have any records. While Zhong Xiaohua was pondering, a black shadow jumped out from another place in her divine sense. It was also holding a black object under its armpit and running in another direction. Zhong Xiaohua was startled, but she immediately understood. No wonder she couldn't find him after chasing him all the way. She thought she had made a mistake and didn't see that the black-clothed man's qigong was extremely brilliant. It turned out that this guy actually had some foresight. He first hid for a moment, then changed directions to avoid being tracked. Fortunately, this bastard's patience was not enough. If he had waited for her to chase him out of the city before he came out, she would have suffered unspeakable hardships and lost face in front of her father for nothing. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua was a little angry. She didn't do anything in the air, but she immediately changed direction and floated towards that guy like a ghost. Maybe it was because Zhong Xiaohua was extremely afraid of death, or maybe it was because Zhong Xiaohua was extremely talented in Qigong. In short, his levitation technique and escape technique would rapidly improve after a period of time. Under his deliberate use, in the night, his figure actually showed signs of blurring. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was as fast as the wind. Although the black-clothed man was very careful and tried his best to escape, Zhong Xiaohua also didn't have the intention of letting a long line to catch a big fish. So, in the next moment, she had already caught up to that guy's back. Thinking that Zhong Xiaohua was using levitation technique, the tip of her feet basically didn't stop on the roof to borrow strength. Therefore, although that black-clothed man pricked up his ears, he didn't hear any strange movements. It wasn't until the last moment when Zhong Xiaohua approached that the black-clothed man seemed to have a warning in his heart and suddenly wanted to turn around. How could Zhong Xiaohua let him see her face? She stretched out her left hand and grabbed the back of that guy's neck as if she was pinching a chicken. According to Zhong Xiaohua's previous thinking, as long as her left hand exerted a little force, this guy's neck would be broken. But just as Zhong Xiaohua was about to exert more force, she didn't know why she suddenly thought of the little kitten lying under the carriage on the snow with its forelegs twitching. Zhong Xiaohua sighed in her heart, I don't know where this black-clothed man came from. I also don't know if his hands are stained with blood. Ari, forget it, let's just let the authorities scratch their heads. There's no need for me to think about this nonsense. Therefore, when Zhong Xiaohua slightly reduced the force in her hand, the black-clothed man immediately fainted. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately stretched out her right hand to catch the thing that was about to fall from the black-clothed man's armpit. It was a burlap sack. Zhong Xiaohua looked around and chose an empty platform. Landing, she caught the bright moonlight and opened the burlap sack, revealing a delicate and pretty little girl. Her eyes were tightly closed and her breathing was even. The black-clothed man must have fed her some medicine or sealed her acupoints. Zhong Xiaohua frowned slightly. Sealing acupoints was a martial arts technique. He had only been sealed before and had never practiced it. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he was fed medicine, he would be helpless. Thinking about it, it was better to leave these things to the experts. He just needed to send the child back safely. Finished thinking, Zhong Xiaohua carried one in each hand and was about to be sensible. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. This black-clothed man did such a repulsive thing in the middle of the night. He must not be a good person. Even if I don't know if he should be killed, I can't let him go so easily. If I hand him over to the authorities, with the corruption of the authorities, they will definitely fine him and let him go. That would really be letting him off easy. Not knowing why, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly thought of the Misty School's disciple who had his dantian destroyed and his martial arts crippled. I don't have internal energy, but don't I have true qi? Even though I haven't trained my lower dantian, I know the location of my lower dantian. Either way, I'll use this bastard to practice. It can be considered as making good use of trash. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and put down the gunny sack. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at the location of the black-clothed man's lower dantian. Just as his finger touched the skin, a stream of true qi entered his body and directly pierced his dantian. The black-clothed man's internal energy that he had painstakingly cultivated immediately dissipated in his body following the destruction of his dantian. Zhong Xiaohua was not in a hurry to withdraw his true qi. Instead, after the black-clothed man's dantian was destroyed, his true qi circled around his dantian for a while and then wandered through his meridians for a while before withdrawing it back into his body. Zhong Xiaohua sat under the moonlight and used his finger to scratch his chin. He thought to himself, the lower dantian is where the internal energy of martial arts is stored. It is like a warehouse. As long as the walls are pushed down, the internal energy inside will run out. Because the warehouse is destroyed, no matter how much one cultivates, they will not be able to accumulate internal energy. Therefore, their martial arts will be crippled. The meridians of the immortal path and martial arts are interlinked. It's just that the true qi is different. One is heaven and earth yuan qi, while the other is self-cultivated internal energy. Sai, the person who created the martial arts, was really a talented person. He could even think of such an unimaginable method. It's a pity that the immortal path is not only about drawing true qi into the body, but also tempering the meridians. Even my own middle dantian has long been tempered to the point where it is like an impenetrable fortress. How could it be so easily broken by someone using true qi? Moreover, because martial arts cannot temper the meridians, the talent of the martial arts practitioner is the most important. This talent is not only about comprehension, but more importantly, the width of the meridians in the body. If the same level of comprehension is used, the wider the meridians and the larger the dantian will definitely have a brighter future. This can't be compared to the cultivation methods of the immortal path, which can continuously temper and widen the meridians. There is unlimited room for improvement. In fact, Zhong Xiaohua still somewhat underestimated the martial arts. No matter what, the martial arts were also based on the immortal path. How could the creator of the martial arts not understand the principles within? It's just that the cultivation methods of the martial arts were also divided according to the creator. Moreover, because the martial arts had existed for tens of thousands of years, a profound internal strength cultivation method would also have various branches. Each branch would have a unique aspect. Therefore, in Zhong Xiaohua's era, high-level cultivation methods that could temper the meridians were actually rare. However, it was not like what Zhong Xiaohua thought, that the cultivation methods of the martial arts simply did not have the effect of tempering the meridians. After understanding the principle of breaking the dantian and abolishing the cultivation of internal strength, Zhong Xiaohua also laughed. The person who could think of such a vicious method was also a genius. If the dantian was broken by the internal strength, there would be no chance to repair it. It was really killing without spilling blood. It was even more sinister than using a small sword to cut the throat. After thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua looked at the sky. It was already late. Presumably, her father and the others were also waiting anxiously. Then, she picked up the sack and used the levitation technique to run to the place where she came from. Not long after, she had already arrived at the corner of the square. At this time, the gongs and drums in the square were still playing. The dragon and lion dance had not stopped. She saw that outside the small alley that Fifth Mother ran out from just now, there was still a group of people standing. Among them, there were two Yamen runners who were holding two lanterns in their hands. They had an impatient expression as they listened to Fifth Mother's crying and complaining. Beside Fifth Mother, there was a rather down-and-out middle-aged scholar. He squatted there, hugging his head and sighing from time to time. Sometimes, he even slapped his own mouth and muttered something. As for her father and the others, they were also standing at the side, watching from afar. They were still looking around, as if they were looking for her traces. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua exerted force with her left hand and threw the black-clothed man in front of them. Then, her right hand was not idle. Following the black-clothed man's position, she also gently threw the sack over. The two Yamen runners were listening impatiently. Suddenly, their vision turned black. A black object fell in front of their eyes with a pa sound. Then, another black object followed and fell right on top of the previous object. When they looked carefully, there was an open sack on top, and a masked black-clothed man was below it. The expressions of the two Yamen runners changed greatly. They immediately threw the lanterns to the side, shook their hands and pulled out the padao from their waists. They shouted loudly, "Who? Who?" It was fine if they did not shout. Once they shouted, it was obvious that they were timid. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." -3. Chapter 385. The two Yamen runners took out their swords and pretended to scold around. Where was the shadow of a person to be seen? However, Fifth Mother did not care about their show. She just stared at the black-clothed man on the ground. Then, she turned her gaze to the open gunny sack. Her eyes were filled with surprise. She ran over quickly and opened the gunny sack with a few hands, revealing the little girl who was unconscious with her eyes closed. The woman shouted loudly, "Father of the child, come quickly. It's our Zizi. She has been rescued." The middle-aged scholar who was squatting on the ground and regretting slapping his face immediately stood up and wanted to go over there. Perhaps because he had squatted for a long time, his legs were numb. After taking a few steps, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. However, the scholar hurriedly got up, as if he did not care about the mud on his body and face. He quickly walked over. When he saw his daughter, he smiled like a child and said, "Zizi, Zizi, it's really Zizi. God knows." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the child's face. Only then did he realize that his hand was full of mud. He quickly wiped his hand on his clothes and then carefully stretched out his hand again. He was afraid that his hand would dirty the child's face, but he also wanted to personally verify the existence of the child with his hand. He could only gently touch the child's little face and brush the hair on her face before he retracted his hand with relief. Woonyang carried Zizi back from the gunny sack. The scholar saw the black-clothed man on the ground. Instantly, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. He raised his foot and stomped on the black-clothed man's body. He kept cursing as he stomped on the black-clothed man. When Zhong Cai and the others were watching, Zhong Xiaohua quietly walked over from behind. When they saw him coming over, everyone's faces showed a smile. Even Yu Biha's husband looked at him with stars in his eyes. It seemed that he had not recovered from the fact that there was really such a powerful person around him. Liu Kai smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you took quite a long time to urinate." Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Oh, I can't help it. Uncle Li is really enthusiastic. He let me drink so much wine. Young people digest well. As long as I go more often, please don't blame me." Zhong Cai laughed and scolded, "When did you learn to be so glib?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "Father, you've wronged the boy. The boy is very honest." Then, he looked in that direction and said, "Uncle Li, since the people from the government are already here, and the person who kidnapped the girl has also run back, let's go back quickly. It's already late, it's better to rest early." Zhong Cai also knew Zhong Xiaohua's problem, so he said, "Sai, young people lack sleep. Brother Li, let's go. I've already seen the Lantern Festival. It's really eye-opening. If I have time next year, I'll have to ask you again." Old shopkeeper Li smiled even more brilliantly and said, of course, you're welcome to harass me, you're welcome to harass me." With that, everyone prepared to return home. However, at this moment, a new situation suddenly occurred. The scholar stepped on the man in black with all his strength, and the two Yamen runners howled for a long time but still couldn't see a shadow. They were about to put away their padao and come over to watch. In fact, the two of them were half happy and half worried. They were happy because they caught the thief effortlessly. Of course, it was a great merit. They were worried because this person was obviously from Jianghu and was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. It was like a hot potato that was forced into their hands. The black-clothed man had only fainted from Zhong Xiaohua's grip. After the fall and the scholar's ferocious assault, he slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he did not quite understand what had just happened. However, what had just happened was not important. What was important was how to escape from here. In front of him, there were only two people who wanted to go forward but didn't dare to. The one who was trying to step on him was a weak scholar. The little girl was still unconscious, and there were only a group of men and women in plain clothes surrounding him. These people were just like ants in his eyes. Why would he care about them? The man in black understood his situation. He grabbed the scholar's foot and was about to throw him away with his strength. At this time, he found that he couldn't mobilize his genuine qi. Then, he checked his genuine qi and his face immediately turned pale. His inner strength was abolished. What should he do? Thinking of this, the man in black used all his strength to pull the scholar down. Then, he turned around and forcibly took the little girl from Woonyang's hands. He held her with his left hand, and then took out a dagger from his arms with his right hand and put it on the child's neck. He screamed, "Get out of the way, or I'll kill this child." When the two Yamen runners saw that the man in black had woken up, they were scared witless and immediately ran away. The surrounding people were also stunned and didn't know what to do. Wunyang rushed over from the side and begged while crying, "Hero, please kidnap me. Please put down the child, okay?" The man in black kicked Wunyang aside and scolded, "What's the use of keeping you? You're already an old noob." Zhong Xiaohua, who was about to leave in the distance, saw this and immediately put her hand into her arms. At this time, the scholar, who had just been pulled down by the man in black, took advantage of the moment when the man in black turned his attention to Wunyang and pounced on him desperately. One of his hands first grabbed the sharp blade of the dagger on the child's neck, and the other hand grabbed the man in black's wrist. Then, he stretched out his head and bit the man's hand that was holding the dagger. The man in black screamed in pain and raised his leg to kick the scholar's waist. However, even if the scholar was in pain, he still didn't let go. Blood immediately flowed from his hand that was holding the dagger and dripped on the child's fair neck. The man in black kept kicking, but the scholar seemed to be determined. He gritted his teeth and didn't let go. Immediately, blood also flowed from the man in black's hand. The man in black was even more nervous. He held the girl with one hand and used his other hand to snatch the dagger back. His other leg also kept kicking the scholar. Seeing that the scholar was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, the people who were watching by the side couldn't stand it anymore. Someone shouted, "Old and young men, this is our Lu town's villagers. We must not let this bad guy hurt our child. Charge, trample him to death, let's see how arrogant he can be." As he shouted, a short and fat man led the crowd out and ran towards the man in black. Since there was a big brother leading the way, the others also rushed up like the wind. When the man in black saw this, his eyes revealed a look of horror. He didn't expect that the man in black, who usually looked like a yes-man and timid, would have a hot-blooded side. He quickly let go of his right hand and threw the girl aside. At this time, the scholar was also exhausted and could no longer hold on to the man's wrist. His hand loosened and the man in black broke free. The man in black no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly tried to find a way to escape. Unfortunately, he was already surrounded in the span of a few breaths. Seeing this scene, Zhong Xiaohua didn't take out her small sword. She knew that the man in black's internal strength had been destroyed and was about the same as an ordinary person. With so many villagers around, he might not be able to escape. When the man in black saw that the crowd had surrounded him, he waved the dagger in his hand up and down and said fiercely, "Whoever dares to come up, I'll take his life." After saying that, he walked in a direction. The people in front of him immediately hid outside in fear. It was okay to make a scene, but they couldn't hurt their own lives. When the man in black saw this, he was overjoyed. Just as he was about to rush out, he heard a person in front of him shout, "We can't let him escape. If he comes back to snatch girls in the future, what should we do? Come on, burn this evil man to death." After saying that, a lantern flew out of thin air and smashed onto the man in black. With a ting sound, the lantern was ignited and the man in black's clothes were immediately set ablaze. When the crowd saw this, their eyes lit up and the lanterns in their hands were thrown at the man. In an instant, countless lanterns gathered together and burned. The man in black immediately became a burning fireball. No matter how he swatted at the lanterns or even rolled on the ground, he couldn't extinguish the fire on his body. The man in black was burned until he screamed in pain. Even so, the burning lanterns were still thrown at him. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua completely took out her hand from her chest. She muttered, "The ancients said, the most brilliant martial arts, in the vast sea of people's war, are also helpless. There is no need to deceive." Amidst the flames, the man in black gradually stopped howling, and his rolling body also stopped. Zhong Xiaohua looked at him and sighed, saying, "Let's go, Uncle Li. It's really late. If we don't leave now, I'm going to fall asleep here." The people by the side were also dumbstruck. They really didn't expect that the man in black would end up like this. He was burned alive. Even if they knew that the man in black was doing bad things, but seeing such a miserable state, they still couldn't bear to see it. Hearing Zhong Xiaohua's urging, They also suppressed the emotions in their eyes and walked out along the edge of the square. And the eyes of the commoners who were watching the man in black's burning body actually sparkled with excitement. On the way, Zhong Xiaohua and the others didn't speak. They only walked silently under Li Jinfeng's lead. Walking in the middle of the crowd, the two women's faces were also a little pale. Their eyes flickered, as if the scene just now had left a deep impression on them. When they returned to the Li family, no one had the slightest desire to sleep. Old shopkeeper Li set up a table in the hall and asked people to brew hot tea. Everyone drank a cup, only then did they warm up. They looked at each other with lingering fear. Li Jinfeng said, "It's really too shocking. I really didn't expect that it would end up like this." Everyone nodded. Only Zhong Xiaohua asked, "Brother Li, what did you think would end up like this?" Li Jinfeng was a little speechless, saying, "At first, I thought that the man in black would be taken away by the Yamen runners. But I didn't expect that when the man in black took out his dagger, the one who ran first was the one who shouldn't have run the least." -3. Chapter 386. Yes, Li Jinfeng was speechless. The government that he had high hopes for had given him the most disappointing answer. What else could he say? But Li Jinfeng's lips were still trembling slightly. "But to burn that person to death, it's really cruel," Liu Kai added. Seeing that the younger generation in the hall were all discussing, the four old men sitting at the head of the table were silent. Zhong Cai was a little better. Although he was older, he only lived in Guozhuang House. The hatred of the villagers was all in the open. Most of them were rumors and gossip. It was rare for someone to actually do something like this. He had also never seen so many people vent their anger on one person and burn him to death. For a moment, he was not used to it. Old shopkeeper Li and old shopkeeper Yu were not the same. They lived in Lu Town and had seen many petty thieves. In their business dealings, it was not uncommon to see despicable methods. Especially last time, when old shopkeeper Li's family was almost wiped out by the mountain bandits, his mentality had already changed slightly. Towards such Evilders, they were afraid that they would not be able to get rid of them completely. Old shopkeeper Yu was the same. Of course, even if the two of them wanted the black-clothed man to receive the punishment he deserved, they had never thought that it would end like this today. However, they had forgotten what this deserved punishment actually was. The two of them looked at Zhong Cai's expression and were about to speak when they heard Zhong Xiaohua cough and clear his throat, as if he wanted to speak. Thus, the two of them immediately looked at each other and then at Zhong Xiaohua. In fact, the young man in front of them was the main character of tonight. They knew very well that if Zhong Xiaohua did not use the excuse of going to the toilet to escape and capture the black-clothed man from afar, how could there be a family reunion and a follow-up story? However, since Zhong Xiaohua did not explicitly say that he was the one who captured the black-clothed man, even if they asked now, Zhong Xiaohua might not admit it. Everyone in the hall had the same thought, so when they heard Zhong Xiaohua cough, they immediately quieted down. They all looked at him with longing eyes, wanting to know what this expert wanted to say. Zhong Xiaohua cleared her throat and said, "Daddy, I'll sleep with you later. You don't have to worry about me after you put me on the kang." Clang, clang, clang. Some of them fell to the ground, and some of them dropped their teacups. No one had thought that Zhong Xiaohua would say something like that. Zhong Xiaohua looked innocently at the people who were shocked by her and said with a smile, "Actually, I know that everyone is shocked by the fate of the man in black tonight. But if you think about it carefully, you might be able to find a reasonable explanation. Xiaohua, don't talk nonsense. Everyone here is older than you. Who doesn't have as much experience as you? Who is it your turn to speak?" If it was martial arts, Zhong Cai would not object. But when he saw that Zhong Xiaohua wanted to speak frankly, he felt that his son was exaggerating. Who in front of him wasn't a learned person? Only he and his son came from the countryside. If they didn't speak well, wouldn't they be laughed at? At this time, Mr. Liu, who had been silent for a long time, waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhong, age has always been the appearance. If we talk about experience, everyone may not have the experience that Xiaohua has. At such a young age, she entered the Jianghu that we have never entered. Now it has been 6 years. I think she must have a lot of feelings. Share it with us so that we won't be suspicious of her. Li Jinfeng also said with a smile, Xiaohua, just say it. Uncle is just protecting you. I'm afraid you'll mess it up. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Zhong Cai and saw that he didn't have any expression. Then she said, I'm just expressing my feelings. If it's not good, please add on. Actually, in the end, it's still human nature. Didn't you see when the black-clothed man just woke up? Everyone was so scared that they hid far away. Although the black-clothed man kidnapped Zai, no one went forward. Until Zai's father went forward as if he didn't care about his life, but the black-clothed man wasn't as powerful as they thought. He killed the man with a knife. Then, when the black-clothed man left Zai and wanted to rush out with a knife, everyone was afraid of implicating themselves, so they all moved aside. If you want to talk about power, it's still the leader. If he didn't stand up at that time, the black-clothed man would probably have run away. Would you have let him run away? Yubiha asked softly. Who knows? Anyway, it didn't happen. It's hard to say. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Yubiha and said in a mysterious tone. Yubiha's face was slightly red. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, I think that at that time, it was that person who threw the lantern at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man actually didn't have the strength to fight back. When everyone saw how the black-clothed man was beaten up, they knew that they didn't have any qualms about their own safety. That's why they all surrounded him, wanting to experience the pleasure of bullying the strong. They all threw the lanterns in their hands. But, the black-clothed man is a martial arts expert. Why didn't he have the strength to fight back? Yubiha seemed to be a curious baby and continued to ask. Haha, this is the punishment of the heavens, Zhong Xiaohua said decisively. Mr. Liu said thoughtfully, if that's the case, Little Blossom, what you're saying is that everyone isn't acting bravely for a just cause and stepping forward bravely. Instead, they're using the attitude of a strong person to wreak havoc on the mentality of the weak. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, that's right. Mr. Liu, it's because you can get the pleasure from bullying the powerless strong that you didn't have before. Or maybe it's because you were bullied by the strong in the past. Today, you treated the black-clothed man as an illusion and did such a shocking action. Of course, it's also because of Zai's experience that made people angry. That's why. As she said that, Zhong Xiaohua's voice became softer and softer. Then she sat there and didn't say anything else. Seeing that everyone in the hall had a serious expression, frowning and thinking while waiting for Zhong Xiaohua to speak, Zhong Cai awkwardly coughed and said, that. Xiaohua is a bit tired and has already fallen asleep. Let's stop here tonight. Cough, cough. At this time, Mr. Liu suddenly understood and said with a smile, Hehe, 5 years ago, I saw Xiaohua sleeping soundly. Today, I saw it again. Liu Kai, you and Jin Feng, send Xiaohua to the guest room. The others who didn't know what was going on all sighed in their hearts, strange people, no wonder they reserved a place to sleep before talking. Sure enough. However, Mr. Liu's arrangement was a waste. Zhong Xiaohua's body was very light. Although she was already 18 years old and taller than Liu Kai could carry her on his shoulder without any effort. Liu Kai wasn't too surprised. He had already heard Liu Qian muttering about it. Only Li Jinfeng was surprised when he heard it. He didn't think that his younger sister's husband had such a good physique. It seemed like his younger sister was blessed. It was already past midnight. Although everyone didn't feel sleepy, they still needed to rest. As for who could sleep, only each person knew. The next day, it was already the 16th of the first month. Since they had already seen the lanterns, Lu Town didn't have anything to miss. Zhong Xiaohua followed her father, Mr. Liu, and the others to buy some things on the streets of Lu Town. They brought some gifts back to the Guozhuang house. However, when they were shopping, Zhong Cai was a little reluctant. From time to time, he would whisper to Zhong Xiaohua, it's just the new year. Since the new year has already passed, don't waste any more money. The family doesn't have much income and the money is used up. Seeing that Jian is already born, raising a child in this era is very tiring. He still has to go to school in the future, so it's better to use the money in the right way. Some things are better bought at the Guozhuang house. Zhong Xiaohua naturally understood her father's feelings and didn't say much. She just followed Zhong Xiai's wishes and bought some things. Mr. Liu was a little better. It was obvious that the in-laws didn't buy much and she couldn't steal the limelight too much. In the end, everyone also bought some gifts for Jian Er. It was far from the extravagant shopping scene that Zhong Xiaohua had imagined. When they returned to the Guozhuang house, everything in the house was the same as before. However, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't follow them as usual. There were still 2 little girls in Pingyang City who needed her to send them back to Carefree City. Moreover, her second brother, Zhong Xiaohu, whose whereabouts were unknown. If she couldn't find out where her second brother was, her cultivation would be in vain. After lunch, Zhong Xiaohua first stayed in front of her grandmother's grave for a while. Then, she went to the bamboo forest behind her small courtyard. She roughly looked around and then returned to the central room. At this time, Mr. Liu had already returned to his own house to rest. Only Zhong Cai was dozing off in the central room. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and didn't disturb him. She went out and called her eldest brother, Zhong Cai, over. Then, she woke Zhong Cai up. Zhong Cai asked sleepily, "Is there anything?" "Xiaolong." Zhong Xiaolong spread out his hands and said, "Father, Xiaohua asked me to come." Zhong Xiaohua said mysteriously, "Father, do you think we have enough money now?" Zhong Cai frowned and said, "We have enough." "What's wrong?" "Xiaohua, is it because you didn't have anything in town this morning and are too embarrassed to ask?" "No, father. What can I buy? It's just that when you bought something in the morning, I felt a little distressed." Zhong Xiaolong next to her said with some shame, "Xiaohua, it's all your eldest brother's fault. I don't know how to make a living. I can only dig for food in the soil. These few years, we relied on the banknotes you brought back to renovate the small courtyard and build another one next to it. Father must be worried that the banknotes aren't enough. That's why you can't bear to part with them. Moreover, the banknotes are still left for." He seemed to be unable to say the rest of his words. Zhong Xiaohua listened and said with a smile, "Look at what you're saying, eldest brother. I brought the banknotes back for the family to spend. When I find second brother, naturally, there will be a share for him." Then, she stretched out her hand and hooked her index finger and said, "Father, eldest brother, come. I'll show you something good." After that, she walked out of the central room. Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong were confused. It wasn't that they didn't think that Zhong Xiaohua was looking for those banknotes, but these banknotes should be looked at in the room. Why did she run out to show off? Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua actually picked up a hoe from the wall. She also let Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong each take one. What is she trying to do? -3. Chapter 387. Zhong Xiaohua took the hoe, Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong took the hoe, shovel, and other tools, and came to the bamboo forest behind the house. Finding the empty space that they had chosen earlier, Zhong Xiaohua pointed at the place and said, "Big brother, come, let's dig a big hole here." Zhong Xiaolong looked at the empty space, and then looked at Zhong Xiaohua's serious expression. He spat 2 mouthfuls of saliva into his hand, picked up the hoe and was about to dig the ground. But at this moment, Zhong Xiaohua, who had been releasing her divine sense, saw a villager pass by their house. She quickly pulled her big brother's hand and said, "Wait a moment, big brother, someone passed by." Zhong Cai frowned and said softly, "Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Zhong Xiaohua also frowned. She suddenly patted her forehead with her hand and said with a bitter smile, "Ayo, father, big brother, I thought wrong. Let's go back to the house." Finished speaking, she walked back to the courtyard without looking back. Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong looked at her, and then looked at each other. They didn't say anything, and took the tools and followed her back to the small courtyard. When they entered the courtyard, Zhong Xiaohua was standing in the courtyard in a daze. She seemed to be thinking about something. Zhong Xiaolong took the shovel from Zhong Cai's hand and was about to put it in the corner. Zhong Xiaohua said, "Big brother, wait a moment, I still need to use it." Finished speaking, she turned her head and said, "Father, big brother, come to this house. Oh, right, I'll go and lock the courtyard door. Zhong Xiaohua locked the courtyard door and brought the two people to her small house. As soon as they entered the house, Zhong Xiai asked, Xiaohua, what are you doing? If you want to give us banknotes, then take them out. It's not like your father hasn't seen banknotes before. What are you afraid of? Even Zhong Xiaolong was puzzled. Yes, isn't it just banknotes? What was the hoe for? Zhong Xiaohua looked at their confusion and scratched her chin with her fingers. She smiled and said, Daddy, big brother, in fact, I really have something good to show you. But don't be surprised and don't make a fuss. This is very important. Zhong Xiai and Zhong Xiaolong frowned at the same time, but they also thought about it and nodded. What a joke. How old were they? What was there to fuss about? Seeing that both of them had agreed, Zhong Xiaohua was still secretly laughing in his heart. Actually, he had only said so much to give them some mental preparation. If they were not surprised and did not make a fuss, then he would make a fuss instead. Presumably, he took out the money pouch from his bosom. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua take out the money pouch, the two of them were even more surprised. After so many years, why hadn't Xiaohua changed this old money pouch? Even if he took out a stack of banknotes, they wouldn't make such a fuss. However, what happened next left them dumbfounded. They saw that in the spacious hut, a huge wooden box suddenly appeared inexplicably. Hey tilde, the two of them shouted at the same time. You, Xiaohua, this, what's going on? Looking at the surprise of her father and big brother, Zhong Xiaohua was very satisfied with this effect. She smiled and said, Daddy, big brother, this is my savings. Oh, yes, it's also my spoils of war. I got it from the bandits when I went to Shitsue Mountain to save sister-in-law Liu last time. Ah! The two of them suddenly realized and said, I see. But, where did you put it? Zhong Xiaohua shook the money pouch in her left hand and said, I put it here. However, this thing is very mysterious. Only I can see it. No one else can see it. Zhong Xiai just looked at the very ordinary money pouch. He seemed to be considering the authenticity of Zhong Xiaohua's words. Zhong Xiaolong reached out to take the money pouch. Zhong Xiaohua naturally handed it over. Sure enough, no matter how Zhong Xiaolong looked, there were only two small stones, some scattered silver, a few banknotes. There was no big box. It was impossible to have such a big box. Throwing the money pouch to Zhong Xiaohua, Zhong Xiaolong looked at Zhong Xiai. Zhong Xiai didn't know what to say at this time. Zhong Xiaohua said, Daddy, big brother, don't you want to see what's inside? Zhong Xiaolong smiled and said, Of course, we want to. Open it quickly. Walking to the front of the box, Zhong Xiaohua was about to open it. Zhong Xiai shouted, Xiaolong, close the door first. Zhong Xiaohua had been releasing her divine sense. Of course, she knew that no one would see it. Zhong Xiaolong walked to the door and looked at the quiet courtyard. He carefully closed the door and locked it carefully. Only then did he return to Zhong Xiaohua's side. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Big brother, why don't you open it yourself? But remember, don't scream. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua being so mysterious, Zhong Xiaolong was already prepared in his heart. So, he also smiled and went forward, opening the lid of the box casually. However, even if he and Zhong Xiai were already prepared in their hearts, when they saw the box full of gold, they were still petrified. After a cup of tea's time, the two of them recovered. Their first reaction was Zhong Xiaolong immediately closed the lid of the box tightly. Looking around, it was as if there was someone spying on them. Zhong Xiai also asked quietly, Xiaohua, this thing, who else knows about it? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Daddy, big brother, there was one person just now there are 3 people. Good. Zhong Xiai nodded and slowly paced back and forth. Not to mention that Zhong Xiai was just a farmer in the countryside, even a noble person like Mr. Liu would drool at the sight of this box of gold and silver. He naturally had to consider it carefully. After pacing back and forth a few times, Zhong Xiai waved his hand and a word jumped out, dig. Good, clean and efficient. Nonsense, why would I not want the things my son brought back? In the future, I won't have to be so stingy. After receiving his father's order, Zhong Xiaolong spat 5 or 6 mouthfuls of saliva on his hand in one breath. He gathered his strength and started digging in the open space of the hut. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua happily took the hoe and dug with her big brother. However, she hadn't worked with her big brother for a long time. Zhong Xiaohua seemed to have returned to her childhood in the fields. However, looking at Zhong Xiaohua digging far away from him, Zhong Xiaolong was puzzled and asked, "Xiaohua, why are you so far away from me? I won't touch you." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's dig a bigger hole. There are still a few boxes." Zhong Xiaolong staggered and almost threw away the hoe in his hand. "What are you talking about? A box is enough to scare people to death. You actually have a few boxes?" To say that father and son go to war, brothers dig holes was really not a joke. In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the entire open space of the hut was dug into a deep hole. Zhong Cai was right. Zhong Xiaohua should stay in the village to farm. The holes in the hut were basically the fruits of his labor. Zhong Xiaolong was so tired that he was panting after digging more than half of it. Only Zhong Xiaohua was working hard for her family. After the preparation work was done, one box after another appeared neatly in the dug hole. Including the one that was just taken out, there were 5 boxes. At this time, Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong's attention was no longer on how Zhong Xiaohua took out the boxes. Instead, it was on the boxes that Zhong Xiaohua took out. Zhong Xiaohua didn't find it troublesome. She also put the box outside the hole into the hole. Only then did she stand at the side proudly. This time, Zhong Cai personally jumped into the pit and opened the chests one by one. Of the 5 chests, except for 2 that were filled with jewels, the other 3 were filled with shiny gold. Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong stood in the waist-deep hole and walked back and forth. They looked at this and touched that. They really couldn't believe that this shocking wealth was now theirs. After a while, Zhong Cai gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaolong, close the lid and bury the box." "Okay, Dad." Zhong Xiaolong agreed loudly. After Zhong Xiaolong and Zhong Xiaohua buried the box with the soil that they dug out, there was still a lot of soil left in the hut. Zhong Xiaolong pointed to the soil and said, "Xiaohua, you just took out a lot of things from the money bag. You can put the soil back. Just treat it as a weight scale." Zhong Xiaohua knew that he wanted to be lazy and said, "Big brother, I can't take these. Even if the weight is ordinary, the value is far from it. Don't think about being lazy. I just dug the hole. This soil is yours." Hee hee. Zhong Xiaolong didn't realize that he was exposed. He opened the door and poked his head out to take a look. He took the things back and scattered the soil in the yard with Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, there is no one outside the yard. Don't worry. No one knows about today's matter." "Oh, that's good. That's good." Zhong Xiaolong laughed foolishly. It was just like how Zhong Xiaohua felt when she saw a box full of gold. The 3 of them sat down in the central room. Zhong Xiaohua poured tea. Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong's eyes were a bit unfocused. They drank the tea in their cups mechanically. Zhong Xiaohua didn't say anything. She just drank and refined the energy of heaven and earth in the water. At her current level of qi refining, the energy in the water was almost negligible. However, no matter how small a fly was, it was still meat. With Zhong Xiaohua's temperament, how could she let it go? When the pot of tea was about to be finished, she saw that Zhong Cai's unfocused eyes gradually became spirited. The corner of his mouth also revealed a smile. He glanced at Zhong Xiaohua and put down the teacup in his hand. At this time, Zhong Xiaolong's eyes also focused. He smiled and looked at Zhong Cai. He also put down the teacup. Zhong Xiaohua said, "Father, big brother, it seems that you have already thought about how to deal with it. This matter is very troublesome. I don't know how to deal with it. Anyway, the money is spent by you. I don't need it. You can do as you see fit." Zhong Cai smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you are lazy. However, it doesn't matter. There is father, mother, and your big brother and sister-in-law at home. You don't need to worry. You just need to bring those things home." Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaolong also smiled. He looked lovingly at his little brother who was almost as tall as him. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Then, father, how are you going to use the gold? I have thought for a long time, but I still can't think of a way to not attract attention. This is really too easy to deal with." Zhong Cai smiled and said, "I remember that Mr. Liu often said that doing something beyond one's ability is playing with fire." -3. Chapter 388. He remembered that Shuyu Cihong said that Zhong Xiaohua was ungrateful. This knot in her heart should be untied here. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Father, why don't I understand what you're saying?" Zhong Cai smiled and said, "What I mean is that if we don't use this huge amount of wealth, we won't attract attention, right?" "Ah!" Zhong Xiaohua felt dizzy and said, "Since father doesn't want to spend this money, why should I take it out?" Zhong Cai said meaningfully, "You taking it out and not taking it out, of course, is completely different. In fact, Xiaohua, the banknotes you brought back 5 years ago haven't been used up. Your mother has always been frugal and saved it for you to marry a wife. Your elder brother didn't spend much money to build a house, so it doesn't matter if you take out the gold or not. However, since you took out such a huge amount of wealth, doesn't our family have a plan in mind? Even if we spend all the banknotes now, there is still the gold in the house as a foundation, right? Tell me, is there any difference between this and not taking it out? Moreover, our family's current situation has already made some people jealous. If we go further, it will be easier to get into trouble. However, with you in the future, the family will be much better." In an instant, Zhong Xiaohua understood. Although there were a lot of banknotes, there would be a time when they would run out, and this time was not far away. Therefore, her mother and father were extremely frugal. They didn't buy what they shouldn't buy, and they didn't spend what they shouldn't spend. Now that they had gold that they couldn't spend in this lifetime, of course, there was a layer of barrier in their hearts. Naturally, they would let go of their hands and feet in their lives. Of course, Zhong Xiaohua also knew that her mother and father were used to farmers. How could they be extravagant? They naturally had their own sense of propriety. There was no need for her to say anything. After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua probed, "Father, the things at home have been arranged. Do you think I should go? Leave?" Zhong Xiaolong shouted when he heard this and said, "Little Blossom, how many days have you been home? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Didn't father and mother tell you to stay at home and not go out?" Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself, "Big brother, there are still 2 girls waiting for me to send them to Pingyang City. They have already waited for more than 10 days. If I don't go back now, they will think that I have gone missing." Of course, he didn't plan to tell his family about this. After all, Nai Qianyu and Little Orange were being hunted by bad guys and were in danger. If he told his family, they would be worried. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, second brother hasn't been found yet, right? He's also been missing for many years. No one knows if he's dead or alive. I'll go look for him now and drag him back from that misty school. What do you think?" Then, she looked at Zhong Cai's gloomy face and added, "Dad, don't worry. I'm just going to look for second brother. I won't get involved in the misty school." Hearing this, Zhong Cai's face darkened even more. Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself, "This is bad." Sure enough, Zhong Cai stood up with a whoosh and shouted at Zhong Xiaohua, "Come here." After that, he walked out without looking back and went straight to her grandmother's grave outside the courtyard. He shouted, "Kneel down." Dad Tilda Zhong Xiaohua was very surprised. "Kneel down." Zhong Cai shouted again without hesitation. Although Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand what her father meant, she still knelt down in grievance. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's aggrieved look, Zhong Cai's heart ached. However, he still hardened his heart and said, "Xiaohua, I want to ask you a few questions." "Dad, please ask." Zhong Xiaohua said softly while kneeling. "When we met your sister-in-law in Lu Town, who saved us?" "Hero Wen and Heroine Xue." "Then when you and Big Brother went to marry your sister-in-law, who saved you on the way?" "It was Hero Lu." "Where did you learn your martial arts?" "This." Zhong Xiaohua was a little hesitant. His Carefree Heart Sutra was accidentally obtained from the Misty School's library. Then, he slowly figured it out. If it was not taught by the Misty School, then this sutra was indeed obtained from the Misty School. Moreover, his Big Dipper Magical Fist and the most basic Arhat Fist were also taught by He Tianshu. If his martial arts had nothing to do with the Misty School, then he would be going against his conscience. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua said helplessly, I learned it from the Misty School's library. When you first arrived in Pingyang City and went to that manor, was it the Misty School's property? Did they give you a job? It was undeniable that Huanxi Manor was the property of the Misty School. In other words, it was the Misty School that indirectly gave Zhong Xiaohua his first job. Zhong Xiaohua nodded helplessly. Did your second brother join the Misty School and gain the favor of the sect master to become her direct disciple? This was exchanged with my life. Zhong Xiaohua explained anxiously. However, Zhong Cai did not listen. He only asked, you're just saying yes or no? Yes. All right, then ask yourself in front of your grandmother. Can you cut ties with the Misty School? Regardless of whether the Misty School admits it or not, shouldn't you be the first to admit that it was the Misty School that helped you? Now that the Misty School is in trouble and I heard that it was destroyed, don't you have any thoughts about it? You even dare to say if it wasn't for second brother Zun, what does the Misty School have to do with me? Ask your grandmother in the netherworld and see how she will answer you. These words struck Zhong Xiaohua's head like a bolt of lightning. With a swoosh, Zhong Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat. Even the bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from the top of his head. Yes, even if I'm not a disciple of the Misty School, the Misty School may not acknowledge me as a disciple. However, can I cut ties with the Misty School? Seeing his son like this, Zhong Cai's expression softened. He said, Xiaohua, be grateful. Remember, you must be grateful. Our family is poor and you left early. These 5 years, Father knows that your life has been difficult and dangerous. Father didn't fulfill his responsibility as a father and didn't teach you properly. This isn't your fault, it's all Father's fault. Our family has received a lot of kindness from the Misty School. They say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. You must remember, we must repay the Misty School's kindness. Zhong Xiaohua cried in shame. He said, I know, Father. I will definitely repay the Misty School's kindness. Father, when I first came back from the deserted island and heard about the Misty School, I wanted to avenge gang leader Ou and the others. However, I don't know why, but along the way, I feel more and more bored. I just want to cultivate quietly and don't want to be entangled by these mundane matters. Now that I think about it, I don't even know what I said just now. Maybe I just said it casually. Yes, since you said it casually, then you must have such thoughts in your heart. I don't know about your cultivation of martial arts, but, Sai, let me talk about what happened yesterday. Since you caught that black-clothed man yesterday, you should have caught him thoroughly. Don't give him any chance to resist. Look at what you did yesterday, you almost made a mistake. I guess that Ziz's father was also seriously injured. Moreover, you even caused the black-clothed man to be burned to death. Father, I know I was wrong. I only wanted to catch him and hand him over to the authorities. Sai, and last night, you talked about human nature in the Li family. I don't know much about it, so I didn't dare to disrespect you and didn't interrupt you. What you said may be reasonable, but I feel that although you can't be on guard against others, you shouldn't think too badly of others. I know that people in the Jianghu are sometimes very scheming, but justice is in people's hearts. Even if there's no heart, there's still God watching. Moreover, now that you have the ability, I don't want you to become a hero and be loved by others. I only hope that you can become an upright person, and use a grateful heart, a compassionate heart, and a chivalrous heart to face everyone. Zhong Xiaohua had never been lectured by her father in such a serious manner since she was young. She could only listen with tears in her eyes and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, he said, "That's all I have to say. I won't say anything more. Kneel here and think carefully. If you understand, then go back to your room." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. When he was halfway there, he saw Guo Sufei running over in a hurry. Wasn't the person behind her Zhong Xiaolong who ran out just now? Seeing Zhong Cai angry and Zhong Xiaohua crying, Guo Sufei also shed tears. She glared fiercely at Zhong Cai, then ran over to Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, don't mind your father. He's going senile." Zhong Xiaohua wiped away her tears and said, "No, mother, father is right. I was wrong. Please let me accompany grandmother and think about it carefully." Guo Sufei said, "Xiaohua, be good. It's so cold outside. If you want to think about it, you should go inside and think about it." "Phut," Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "Mother, I'm already 18. You should call Jenna good." "18?" Guo Sufei said, "You're already 18 and you're still crying?" Zhong Xiaohua wiped her tears again in embarrassment and said, "Don't cry, mother. Father hasn't scolded me for a long time. I'm just touched. Really, it's not cold outside. Please go back to your room. If you're here, I won't be able to think. Won't it be even more of a waste of time?" Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua refused to leave, Guo Sufei could only remind her, "Think about it carefully. Hurry up and think. I'll go and cook for you. When it's ready, I'll call you." After saying that, she was still worried. She turned around and hurried away. When her mother was far away, Zhong Xiaohua finally calmed down and carefully sorted out her thoughts. In fact, Zhong Xiaohua had always had a very good impression of the Misty School, sect leader Ou, Wenhai, Lu Mingyu, Xueqing, He Tianshu, and the others. She was even more grateful to Ou Peng. However, when she found out about the secret of the Immortal Tao and discovered that her Carefree Heart Sutra was an item of the Immortal Tao, she knew that the Misty School was an Immortal Tao sect. When she thought about how Ou Peng had mysteriously asked her to copy the manual of her Big Dipper mystical fist, she was puzzled. -3. Chapter 389. Of course, sect leader Ou wanted to exchange it for 3,000 taels of gold, so he didn't treat him badly. This little bit of doubt was nothing, but later on, he saw the sinister intentions of the Righteous Alliance on the ship, and saw many robberies and killings on the road. In particular, Zhong Xiaohua entered the realm of oneness of heaven and man twice in a short period of time, and was very lucky to be close to the way of heaven twice. What was the way of heaven? No one could say for sure. But heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. The way of heaven was the most ruthless. Zhong Xiaohua peeked at the way of heaven at such a close distance. Of course, it was inevitable that she was tainted with some of the way of heaven's consciousness. This was an extremely rare opportunity on his path of cultivation, but it had an extremely bad influence on the growth of his temperament. Therefore, when he encountered the attack on Nai Chenyu, he almost didn't want to come out. He wanted to quickly send her and Little Orange to the escort agency and let the escort escort them back to Carefree City, but deliberately threw the possibility of the bad guys chasing after them to the back of his mind. It was also because of this that he infinitely magnified his doubts about Ou Peng. He only wanted to withdraw himself from the whirlpool of the secular world, but deliberately forgot that the Misty School's disciples were good to him. It was also because of this that he hit the nail on the head, pointing out the small hidden in the hearts of ordinary people, and the evil in human nature, but deliberately throwing aside the truth, kindness, and beauty in human nature. Although Zhong Cai was not knowledgeable, he could truly see the positive side of life, and see the inadequacies of his beloved son. It was also because of this that Zhong Xiaohua was completely enlightened and understood that she had gone astray. That's right. Swordsman Wen and swordswoman Xue saw our family being bullied by bullies in Lu Town. With a compassionate heart, they helped us regardless of the consequences. That's how my brother and sister-in-law became successful. Apart from Guozhuang, Master Lu also saved us with his chivalrous heart when he saw the bandits of Shitsue Mountain bullying my brother and me. He killed the 3 wolves of Shitsue Mountain with his own hands and did good to the area. The righteous path in the human world is full of vicissitudes. The righteous path is the most difficult, but it is extremely easy to commit evil. But if there is no righteous path, then how can there be fairness and justice in this world? However, this isn't the Righteous Alliance's righteous alliance. Look at those heroes from the Misty School, and look at the Righteous Alliance. They're really the classic example of selling dog meat under false pretenses. Since I have the means of the immortal Tao, I should rely on my chivalrous heart to do things with a clear conscience. My previous evasion was lacking. But why did I suddenly have such thoughts? What could he do? What can we do? Haha, thinking about what I did in the village a few days ago, I feel a little funny. When Zhong Xiaohua understood, he suddenly felt that his mind was lively and clear, and there was no longer the heavy sense of evasion like a few days ago. This kind of improvement of the mind had nothing to do with cultivation, and even more so, it had nothing to do with the Tao heart. Even if he had seen the evolution of the heavenly Tao for hundreds of millions of years, it was still completely useless. This was the cultivation of the heart of a person of the immortal Tao, and there was no shortcut at all. He respectfully kowtowed to his grandmother a few times and said, "Grandmother, please watch from the heavens. I will definitely be a righteous person. I will not do nothing for the sake of kindness, and do nothing for the sake of evil." After kowtowing, he patted the soil on his knees and stood up. Guo Sufei, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, immediately ran over and asked, "Xiaohua, are you tired? Are you cold?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, with my current physique, I am not afraid of any cold or heat, it's okay." Guo Sufei saw the gentle smile on her son's face, and was naturally happy and said, "Good, good, it's good that you are not afraid of the cold. You have been kneeling for the whole afternoon. Quick, mother made you red braised pork, let's go eat." "Okay." Zhong Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. Guo Sufei was also very happy. Zhong Cai, who was pacing in the courtyard, saw Zhong Xiaohua come back with a calm expression, and his heart returned to his stomach. After dinner, the family did not stay in the small courtyard, and gathered at Zhong Xiaolong's place. Liu Qian had already gone to the field, but because of the village customs, she did not go out of the house, and only greeted the family in the house, and brewed tea. Zhong Jian was still holding the 2 primeval stones in his hand, sleeping soundly. Zhong Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the 2 primeval stones, and found that the origin energy in them did not decrease, and she also did not feel any fluctuation of origin energy in Zhong Jian's body. Zhong Xiaohua was a little puzzled. The omen was so strong, why was there no change in Jian body? That day, the golden array formation and the dense purple energy were all absorbed into his body. Could it be that I still have to rely on the immortal cultivation technique? After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua secretly took out the Carefree Heart Sutra cultivation technique, and found an opportunity to call Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Qian to the side, and said in a low voice, "Big brother, sister-in-law, the gift I gave Jenna last time, oh, that fist technique manual, is it still there?" Liu Qian said curiously, "It is, Xiaohua, it is at the bottom of my box, do you want it now?" "I will go get it." Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "No need, I have already memorized that fist technique, there is no need for it." Then, she turned to Zhong Xiaolong and said, "Big brother, what do you think of my strength? It is very scary, you are good at farming." "Damn, big brother, can we not talk about this?" "Oh right, big brother, do you know where my strength comes from?" Zhong Xiaolong was stunned and said, "Strength is not innate, could it be that you trained it from martial arts?" Liu Qian was unusually intelligent, and immediately said in surprise, "Could it be that fist technique manual?" Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, "Sister-in-law is still the best, it is that fist technique manual." "That is great, when Jenna grows up, I can rest, the business of farming will be handed over to him." Zhong Xiaohua fainted, "Big brother, look at you." Liu Qian was angry, and said with her almond-shaped eyes, "Shut up, if you don't want to kneel on the washing board at night, don't say another word." Zhong Xiaolong subconsciously kept his mouth shut, and fear appeared in his eyes. Liu Qian changed into a smile, and said to Zhong Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, continue." Zhong Xiaohua suppressed the laughter in her heart, and said, "This fist technique manual, when Bai Ren is 5 or 6 years old, maybe a little earlier, this is up to you, let him see the pictures inside, and let him practice according to the fist technique manual." "Ah! Don't we need to find someone who knows fist technique to teach?" Zhong Xiaohua shook her head seriously and said, "Sister-in-law, remember, you must remember, do not let others teach Bai Ren fist technique, and also do not let others see this fist technique manual." You can only let Bai Ren explore by himself. Liu Qian saw this, and with a serious face, she nodded repeatedly. Also, sister-in-law, this fist technique, according to my experience, at the beginning, the limit is 9, and after 9 times, it is complete, at most, 9 times, 81 times a day, any more than that is useless. After a certain level of practice, you will enter the second level, with 8 as the limit, and so on, until you can practice once, 9 times a day. Liu Qian was stunned, and asked doubtfully, then, what does it mean to practice to a certain level? Is it proficiency, or time? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, this, when the time comes, Bai Ren will naturally know, it is useless to talk about it now. The cultivation method of immortals was unimaginable, even if she explained it to Liu Qian now, it would be difficult for her to understand, so she might as well not say it. Also, when you practice to the point where you only need to practice 9 times a day, and there is no improvement, you need to practice this fist technique in reverse, then you will gain something. However, for this reverse practice, I do not have a fist technique manual. Sister-in-law, you can let Bai Ren practice these 108 moves in reverse according to his own understanding, or according to this fist technique manual. Thinking of the fist technique manual, Zhong Xiaohua naturally thought of Zhong Chengyu, the real man who resolutely committed suicide on the ethereal peak. Sighing, looking at Liu Qian who did not quite understand, Zhong Xiaohua explained, this is different from memorizing, it is to practice the moves in the fist technique manual completely in reverse. At this moment, Zhong Xiaolong raised his hand, opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Liu Qian said angrily, say, what do you want to say? Zhong Xiaolong smiled and said, Xiaohua, can I practice this fist technique? If I practice it, I will have strength, won't it be better for me to work in the field? Liu Qian was furious and said, you, shut up. Zhong Xiaohua patted her forehead, suddenly realized, and said, big brother, you are right, I was just thinking about Bai Ren, but I forgot about you, but I don't know if there will be any effect after you practice it. How about this, I will practice this fist of the North Star from beginning to end, you see. After that, she walked to the courtyard, from beginning to end, and from end to end, completely. These 216 moves made Zhong Xiaolong dizzy, he did not know what to do. Then, Zhong Xiaohua demonstrated the links of the fist of the North and South Star. Liu Qian finally understood completely. Zhong Xiaohua saw that her brother was a little depressed, and said with a smile, big brother, I used a long time to practice this fist of the North Star. You just took a look and want to learn, it is not very possible. Zhong Xiaolong thought about it and said, anyway, it is not too late for you to teach me when you are at home. But just as he finished speaking, he remembered that Zhong Xiaohua had told Zhong Cai at noon that she would go out to find Zhong Xiaohu immediately. He said embarrassedly, I am not in a hurry, I will practice slowly. You can teach me a move later, I will think about it myself. Zhong Xiaohua thought that this was the only way. If she really taught Zhong Xiaohu, there would be no effect for at least a year. But first, there was no news from Zhong Xiaohu, and her family was not at ease. Second, Nai Chenyu was still waiting in Pingyang City. She did not want to involve her family in the dispute of the pugilistic world, so naturally, she could not bring them over. Moreover, Nai Chenyu's family was also waiting anxiously. Putting herself in their shoes, she also wanted to send them back quickly. After that, the three of them entered the house. Zhong Xiaohua took out the Carefree Heart Sutra and said, sister-in-law, this is another internal energy cultivation method, but it is different from the fist manual. This book is still to be returned to the Misty School, so you can't lose it. Liu Qian reached out and took it, smiled and said, then I will hide it under the box. -3. Chapter 390. Liu Qian took the Heart Sutra and asked, what is the Heart Sutra for Bai Ren to practice? Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, I guess Mr. Liu will enlighten Bai Ren very early. When he is 5 or 6 years old, he will be able to understand the text inside. At that time, let him read and practice. Ah! Liu Qian said in surprise, he can only learn it when he is 6 years old. Then why are you in a hurry to give this to me? When the time comes, you can come back and teach him. Besides, I read in the biography that practicing internal strength is very particular. If there is no master to guide him, it is easy for something to happen. I think it is better to let you teach him. With that, Liu Qian was about to return the Heart Sutra to Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, practicing internal strength is easy to cause trouble, but you see, I also practice it myself. Am I not fine? Besides, sister-in-law, you must believe me. Bai Ren will definitely have no problem." Liu Qian was skeptical, but she still carefully put away the Heart Sutra. She asked worriedly, "If Bai Ren doesn't understand, can he ask my father?" Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "If you don't understand the text, you can naturally ask. If you don't understand the content, don't ask. It is best not to let others know about this book. Remember." Liu Qian listened with a heavy tone, so she could only nod cautiously. Zhong Xiaohua was also bold. He relied on his own exploration to reach his current level. He thought that everyone could practice by themselves, so he easily gave the Heart Sutra to his sister-in-law and let his little nephew explore by himself. He was a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. If Bai Ren cultivated, he was only 5 or 6 years old. How could he understand the content of the book? However, was Zhong Bai Ren an ordinary person? After explaining the matter of Bai Ren, Zhong Xiaohua saw that his father and mother were playing with Bai Ren. He took Zhong Xiaolong to the courtyard and began to teach Zhong Xiaolong the Big Dipper magical fist. Only after Zhong Xiaolong taught him did he realize how he Tianshu felt back then. That's right. Zhong Xiaolong could have hit it this way and hit it from this angle, but Zhong Xiaolong hit it wrong. By the time Zhong Xiaolong corrected him, there were other problems. After a few times, Zhong Xiaohua lost her patience and encouraged him, "Big brother, you're really a martial arts genius. I practiced this move for many days before I reached your level." Zhong Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Xiaohua, it seems like I'm really not an ordinary person. If I had known earlier, I would have followed you to Pingyang City." "Ari, that's right, big brother. If you go, I reckon that the Misty School won't be destroyed. You might not be able to defeat the enemy, but you can at least learn the essence of the Misty School. Then, you can start a family in the Guozhuang house and inherit the legacy of the Misty School." "Yes, Xiaohua, you're right. I'm really a pearl that has been covered in dust. So, big brother, if you have time, you should look at the martial arts manual yourself. I'm afraid that I might lead you astray and delay your progress." "I see. All right, Xiaohua, then I can only reluctantly practice on my own." After settling Zhong Xiaolong, Zhong Xiaohua went back into the house to look for her mother. Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei were still on the Kang bed, watching Zhong Bai Ren sleep soundly. Just now, Bai Ren woke up for a while and played with the two elders for a while before going back to sleep. At this moment, the two of them were whispering to each other. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua enter the house, Guo Sufei laughed softly and said, "Xiaohua, I heard from your father that you did something good in Lu Town last night." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she blushed a little and said, "I wanted to do something good, but I didn't do it thoroughly and left a little tail. Today, I heard from father that I know I was wrong." Guo Sufei said, "It's good that you know you were wrong. When helping someone, you have to help them to the end. If you give up halfway, it's better not to help." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. Mother is right. I have something to tell mother." "What is it? You're still so mysterious." Guo Sufei saw that Zhong Xiaohua was so serious about this matter. She also felt strange and said, "Isn't it because you like a girl from some family? Mother still has some money here. It shouldn't be a problem to find a wife for you." Zhong Xiaohua was a little bashful and said, "Mother, let's go out and talk. Bai Ren just fell asleep. I'm afraid we'll wake him up." Seeing this, Guo Sufei felt that her sense of smell was even more sensitive. However, in her heart, she muttered, "I just went out for a day and already found someone I like. Could it be that I was cheated?" Zhong Cai actually knew Zhong Xiaohua's feelings and also encouraged Guo Sufei to go to the central room. Sitting on a chair, Guo Sufei laughed and asked, "Xiaohua, you're not young anymore. It's the right time. Tell me, which family's girl do you like?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Boy also doesn't know where that girl is. I can't tell you right now. You sly girl, then why did you call mother here? Guo Sufei only thought that Zhong Xiaohua was thin-skinned and didn't think much of it. Zhong Xiaohua looked at her father and said, Mother, I already told father this afternoon that I want to find a time to leave the Guozhuang house in the next 2 days. After I go out to look for second brother, I'll go back to the Guozhuang house with him. Hearing this, Guo Sufei's face immediately changed and said, No, you left the Guozhuang house when you were 12 years old. Until you turned 18 this year, you only came back once. That time, you also left without saying goodbye. In a flash, you disappeared for more than 5 years. Do you know how much mother's heart hurts? Do you know how mother's days have been? If it wasn't for the child in your sister-in-law's belly that mother missed, I'm afraid that mother wouldn't be able to see you come back. As she spoke, tears immediately flowed out. She looked at Zhong Xiaohua with eager eyes. The affection of licking her child was obvious. When Zhong Xiaohua came back this time, Guo Sufei was far less emotional than the last time. First, she had a younger son who was worried about her, so she didn't have much free time. Second, she was somewhat confused between reality and dreams. She was afraid that this was just a beautiful dream of the past, so she didn't dare to overdo it. Today, before she could completely adapt to the reality of her son's return, Zhong Xiaohua once again asked to leave her. How could she bear to do it? She still wanted her younger son to be happy at her knees and find a lovely wife, so that she could sing the husband and wife songs under her eyes. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua walked forward and sat on the chair next to her mother. She smiled and said, Mother, I know what you mean. Boy is indeed unfilial and has made you worry at home. However, this time is different from before. What's the difference? Guo Sufei asked curiously. Mother, do you still remember Hero Wen, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu from Misty School? Of course I remember. Although Mother is a woman and has never seen them, you are indebted to them for saving your lives. Mother will certainly remember this kindness in her heart. Mother, if they were killed and the boy knows who killed them and has the ability to kill their enemies, do you think the boy should avenge them? Ah, our benefactors, have they really met with misfortune? If so, Xiaohua, they have indeed given our Zhong family a new lease of life, especially Hero Lu. If it weren't for him, you, your elder brother, and sister-in-law would have been dead. This kindness should be repaid. But you, Xiaohua, it's not that Mother doubts you, but they were not a match for you even with such high martial arts. You are just a child, how can you avenge them? Mother, please don't worry. Although the boy is stupid, he won't do something as stupid as hitting a rock with an egg. If he can't defeat his enemy, he will use his wits. He won't treat his life as a joke. Guo Sufei frowned and hesitated. Zhong Xiaohua continued, Moreover, we don't know whether second brother is dead or alive. Rather than staying at home, it's better for me to go out and look for him. I've already met with my old friends at the villa. Although they haven't seen second brother, they still pointed out the place to look for him. I'll go and take a look. If there's any news, you'll be the first to know. Hearing this, Guo Sufei bitterly smiled and said, Xiaohua, don't try to comfort Mother. So many of the Misty School's disciples died unnatural deaths. We've already heard from young Master Li. How could your second brother be the only one who escaped with his life? These past few years, Mother has already calmed down a bit. I can't bear to put you in danger because of Xiaohu. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If there's no news of second brother, it means that second brother still has hope of surviving. Mother, don't worry. The boy has a premonition that second brother will definitely. Xiaohua, don't say any more. It's already been more than 3 years. If there's any news, your second brother would have already sent a letter home. Why wait until now? This, Zhong Xiaohua was speechless for a moment. Forget it, Xiaohua. Go back and rest first. Let your mother think about it carefully tonight. She's a sensible person. Let's talk about it again after she's thought it through. Zhong Cai advised. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua knew that her father wanted to speak up for her. She didn't say anything more. She said something else to them and returned to her room to rest. Ever since Zhong Bairen was born, Guo Sufei had been accompanying Liu Qian to take care of the child. Tonight, she handed this task over to Zhong Xiaolong and followed Zhong Cai back to the room next door. When Zhong Xiaohua returned to his room, he saw that it was still early. He sat down cross-legged and took out a few small jade pendants. He knew that although his mother loved him dearly and didn't want him to get involved in the Jianghu, the Misty School was a great favor to the Zhong family. For the sake of righteousness, his mother wouldn't stop him. As for Zhong Xiaohu's life and death, Guo Sufei couldn't let it go. For the sake of family, his mother would definitely let him go. Therefore, before he left, he had to settle the matters at home. Actually, when he was making a jade pendant for Ji Xiaohua's mother in Songning Town, Zhong Xiaohua already had this idea. Therefore, on the way back, he already had a plan in his heart. In the formation jade slip left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon, there were quite a number of defensive and offensive formations. However, they were all slightly complicated. During this period of time, Zhong Xiaohua had been studying them. Although he wasn't very confident, he still wanted to give it a try. Taking out a jade pendant that had already lost its energy, he placed a new small primeval stone in his right hand. Zhong Xiaohua calmed down and silently recited the incantation. His left hand moved according to the instructions of the jade slip. The energy of heaven and earth was extracted from the primeval stone and gradually formed into a restriction in his left hand. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Please accept, please tip, thank you. -3. Chapter 391. Zhong Xiaohua had already learned a little about embedding a miniature formation into a jade pendant on the deserted island. He had also thoroughly comprehended it on the ship back on land. When he returned to Songning Town, he even gave it a try. He successfully embedded a tranquil formation into a jade pendant and gave it to Ji Xiaohua's mother as a form of compensation. However, when Zhong Xiaohua embedded the array into the jade pendant in Songning Town, although it was the most primary array, the qi of heaven and earth was scarce at the moment. Zhong Xiaohua could barely make ends meet by mobilizing her qi with incantations, so she pondered over using the vital stones and the vital qi in her body to barely complete the jade pendant. At that time, her vital qi was exhausted and she was so tired that her face turned pale. Now, Zhong Xiaohua wanted to embed a more advanced defensive array into the jade pendant. Zhong Xiaohua had pondered over this array many times on her way back to Pingyang City. However, there was always a sense of obscurity when she made the incantation. When it reached a certain level, it was difficult to continue, let alone embed it into the jade pendant. However, when Zhong Xiaohua made the incantation today, she felt that it was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water, as if the previous sluggishness had disappeared. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. However, this was not the time to ponder over it carefully. She hurriedly changed the incantation in her hands and completed the complicated transformation of the entire array. Then, she shouted clearly, "Go!" She put her left index finger and middle finger together and mobilized her vital qi, striking the array that had already been completed at her fingertips toward the jade pendant in front of her. In her divine sense, she saw that the array was shrinking and the vital qi in it became denser and denser. Finally, it shrunk to the size of the jade pendant. With a very clear bang, the array was actually embedded into the jade pendant. In an instant, the jade pendant flashed with a brilliance invisible to the naked eye. The extremely ordinary old jade immediately became somewhat different. Zhong Xiaohua could naturally see some clues through her divine sense, but she could not see anything with her eyes. But just when Zhong Xiaohua was feeling satisfied and wanted to be proud, she suddenly felt that the yuan qi in the jade pendant was somewhat chaotic. With a light peng sound, the jade pendant in her hand immediately turned into a pile of powder. Zhong Xiaohua frowned. She thought about it carefully for a while before relaxing slightly. She took out another jade pendant from her bosom and continued to make it. He still had a lot of such jade pendants in his money bag. They were all from the treasure house of Shitsue Mountain. Zhong Xiaohua knew the use of these jade pendants, so she didn't put them all in the box. She buried them underground, so she didn't need to be too stingy. This time, The incantation was successfully completed. However, when the incantation was inserted into the jade pendant, Zhong Xiaohua's expression was serious. The movement of her left hand seemed fast but was actually slow. Amidst the slowness, there was a strange frequency. With another bang, the incantation was successfully inserted into the jade pendant. However, this time, the jade pendant did not undergo any special changes. The only difference was that the color of the jade had become denser. Zhong Xiaohua didn't need to look carefully with her divine awareness. She had already felt that she had succeeded this time. Putting the successfully made jade talisman on the Kang, Zhong Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered. Why did the incantation go so smoothly this time? Why did the incantation suddenly disappear? After thinking for a long time, she realized that the luckiest thing during this period was that she had come into contact with the innate tactical matrix of Bai Ren when she was born. Although she didn't deliberately comprehend it, just a simple peek had a profound impact on her cultivation of tactical matrix. Presumably, this was the only reason. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but look at the 360 tadpole-like talismans in her Niwen palace. They were shining with a faint golden light and surrounded her essence of devotion, shining like tassels. Zhong Xiaohua's mouth showed a trace of a smile. In the future, she would be able to comprehend it. After finding out the reason, Zhong Xiaohua opened her eyes and made several jade slices into jade talismans one by one. It was very correct to say that practice makes perfect. The last few talismans were all made in one try. There was no failure. Zhong Xiaohua was also very happy to see this. She made as many as 10 talismans smoothly. Looking at the sky, Zhong Xiaohua was about to put away the jade talismans. His heart was moved again. These 10 jade talismans were only used for defense. It was more than enough. However, if she encountered a powerful person and didn't have a thunderous counterattack, she would be at a disadvantage. It was not appropriate. As the saying goes, offense is the most powerful defense. Thinking of it, she did it. After all, it was all about cultivation. Zhong Xiaohua immediately took out 10 jade slices and put an offensive tactical matrix that she had already memorized in her heart into them. Not long after, 10 jade talismans were made. Looking at the red jade talismans, Zhong Xiaohua was puzzled. Was this color related to the tactical matrix? However, she had just finished learning this tactical matrix. She was not proficient in the other tactical matrices, so she couldn't test it. Putting away the 20 jade talismans, Zhong Xiaohua sat cross-legged and prepared to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, when she began to cultivate, she found that her Heart Sutra cultivation method had actually made some slight progress. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. Could it be that she could cultivate this talisman? This was a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Waking up the next day, Zhong Xiaohua finished practicing the Big Dipper magical fist in the bamboo forest. When he returned to the courtyard, Guo Sufei had already woken up to prepare dinner. Looking at her mother's slightly swollen and bloodshot eyes, Zhong Xiaohua's heart ached. Mother obviously did not sleep well last night. This boy is unfilial. However, if I can't find second brother, then I will be even more unfilial. I hope mother can understand me. When I am done, I will definitely accompany mother and father. Sigh, I forgot that I still have to help mother and father find some longevity prescriptions. According to Venerable Huolong's records, there are some pills that can extend one's life. However, although he is knowledgeable, he is not proficient in this aspect. Cultivating the immortal Tao can extend one's life. However, mother and father are obviously not suitable for it. I don't even know if big brother and sister-in-law can do it. I am just a beginner and do not know how to guide others. Let's talk about this later. Guo Sufei saw Zhong Xiaohua enter the courtyard and forced a smile. Xiaohua, you went out to practice martial arts. Zhong Xiaohua respectfully said, yes, mother. Music does not leave the mouth and fist does not leave the hands. This martial arts needs to be practiced frequently. Seeing her mother wiping her eyes and going back to work, Zhong Xiaohua picked up the bucket and said, Mother, I am going to get some water. It has been a long time since I worked for you. Guo Sufei said, No need. Xiaohua, you have a good rest. Let your big brother do this work. Zhong Xiaohua was not willing to comply. She took the rope and the bucket and went out. Because it was winter, the fields were filled with snow. Zhong Xiaohua returned for a few days and did not go to the fields that were still under her name. This time, she used the excuse of fetching water to take a good look. The fields were now under Zhong Xiaohua's care. Looking at the neat ridges exposed from the snow and the fine soil in the fields, Zhong Xiaohua knew that her big brother was very meticulous in farming. Sighing, Zhong Xiaohua turned and went down the hill. Although this field was very good, it was destined that it would not belong to her. The snow at the bottom of the hill was very deep. The black well was exposed. Standing next to the well, Zhong Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. How should she deal with the well water? Based on Zhong Xiaohua's attitude 2 days ago, he had already placed a restriction on the spring water. As long as the Zhong family came to take it, no one else would be given a single drop. But now, Zhong Xiaohua's attitude had changed. The spring water was sweet and rich in the qi of heaven and earth. It was the best gift from the heavens. Since it was a gift from the heavens, it must not be used by a particular family. If he placed a restriction on it, it would only be used by himself. What was the difference between him and the bullies in Lu Town who took other people's things for their own use? What's more, the essence of heaven was the most dependent on fate. If she monopolized it, presumably it would shorten her life and break her fortune. Because of this spring water, her family had already produced Zhong Bairen. It was already a blessing for the generation. Why should she be greedy? Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua was relieved. She fetched the well water, carried it with her hand, and walked back to the village. How could she still think about who drank the well water and who didn't? Now that Zhong Xiaohua is benevolent and kind, he thinks of the greater good. In fact, it is precisely because of this that it makes sense. Dear officials, think about it. If Zhong Xiaohua had placed a restriction on the well, others would only see the Zhong family drawing water from the well, and they would be able to get the sweet well water, but others would not be able to. Or perhaps, the Zhong family would be able to see the well, but others would not be able to. Wouldn't it be a cover-up that would attract more attention? On the contrary, it was the most appropriate to follow fate and not reveal the mountain and not reveal the water. As for whether this spring water was the key to creating a person like Zhong Bairen, this was a question that no one could say for sure. After pouring the well water into the water jar, breakfast was ready. As usual, Zhong Xiaolong brought the food next door to eat with Liu Qian, while Zhong Xiaohua ate with her mother and father in the house. Although breakfast was very short, Guo Sufei's mouth did not stop for even a moment. She gave instructions here and there, gave instructions on this side and worried about that side. Hearing this, Zhong Cai frowned a little. However, Zhong Xiaohua smiled faintly and responded to each and every one of them. She did not slack off in the slightest, as if this was the most delicious side dish. But in the end, Guo Sufei was still worried. She repeatedly doubted Zhong Xiaohua's martial arts. She was afraid that she would lose this son of hers again. Zhong Xiaohua helplessly said, "Mother, you really don't have to worry. That day, didn't you already see the weight of my weapon? Think about it. With such a heavy weapon, who wouldn't be afraid if it hit them? They would have already run away. Who would dare to fight with me? Forget it, Xiaohua. Do you think I haven't heard of storytelling? If you hit people, they wouldn't dodge. Besides, what you call a weapon? It's just a stone stick." Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "How about this, Mother? I'll give you a demonstration. What do you think of my ability? Don't. I don't think you have the level of a martial arts master. How can I let you demonstrate?" At this time, Zhong Xiaolong walked in. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't need to know martial arts. How about this, let big brother tie me up?" Zhong Xiaolong was shocked and said, "Mother, Xiaohua is still young. If she has done anything wrong, just say it. Why do you have to hang her up and beat her?" -3. Chapter 392. Zhong Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "What are you talking about? Big brother, Am I bad enough to be hung up by mother? After Zhong Xiaohua explained, Zhong Xiaolong understood. He found a rope from the corner and tied Zhong Xiaohua's hands and feet firmly. Don't say, Zhong Xiaolong's skill was not bad. He tied Zhong Xiaohua so tightly that she couldn't move an inch. Guo Sufei at the side was distressed. She repeatedly said to be gentler and looser. After Zhong Xiaolong finished, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, do you think this is tight? Guo Sufei quickly nodded and said, It's tight, it's tight. Guo Sufei hadn't finished nodding when she saw Zhong Xiaohua's hands and feet exert a little force. 2 peng-peng sounds were heard. The ropes that Zhong Xiaolong used a lot of effort to tie Zhong Xiaohua's hands and feet broke like withered grass. Zhong Xiaohua stood up and said, How is it? Mother, even if I'm caught, I can still escape. Guo Sufei was stunned. She knew that her son was strong, but she didn't expect it to be so frightening. However, she still didn't give up and said, But, if they catch you, they will definitely throw you into prison. What's the use of your broken ropes? Zhong Xiaohua touched his nose and said, Since it's like this, mother, boy will show you my skills. Finished speaking, he led the 3 people into the central room. Zhong Xiaolong found a rope and tied himself up. This time, Zhong Xiaolong used a trick. He knew that this guy would definitely break if he struggled, so he didn't waste any more effort. After Big Brother finished tying, Zhong Xiaohua said, Mother, Father, Big Brother, this place will be the bad guy's prison. Lock the door and go out. See how I escape. Zhong Xiaolong looked at his parents. The 3 of them didn't understand, but they still followed Zhong Xiaohua's instructions and locked the door. They stood in the middle of the yard and stared at the window. They wanted to see how Zhong Xiaohua would escape. But even after a long time, there was still no movement from the window. Zhong Xiaolong smiled and said, Father, Mother, Xiaohua really screwed up this time. Luckily, I didn't tie his hands and feet tightly. At this moment, a laugh came from behind them. Someone said, Who said I screwed up? I've been standing behind you for a long time. The 3 of them were shocked. When they turned around, wasn't it Zhong Xiaohua who was standing there with a smile on her face? Zhong Xiaolong was shocked. He ran up to her, looking her up and down, reaching out to touch her left and right. He said, Are you Xiaohua? How did you come back from outside? Then she turned her head and asked, Mother, I don't remember having a twin brother. Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, Deity is making fun of me. When did you learn to be this humorous? I'm the Xiaohua in the room. Guo Sufei also didn't believe it. She pushed open the door and saw that there were only a few pieces of rope left in the room. Looking around, Zhong Xiaolong smiled and said, It seems that Xiaohua escaped from the window in the back wall. Ayo, that's not right. The window in the back wall was sealed well and didn't break. Little Blossom, how did you manage to escape? Looking at her mother and father's questions, Zhong Xiaohua said, This is an escape technique that I learned from Misty School. It allows me to escape when others aren't paying attention. It's very useful. Is that so? Guo Sufei and the others somewhat understood. Since Zhong Xiaohua was able to escape when her hands and feet were tied up, then Guo Sufei really didn't have any other opinions. Even if Zhong Xiaohua couldn't beat the other party, she couldn't escape at that time. Even if she was caught, she could still escape easily. She really didn't have any reason to keep Zhong Xiaohua here. Of course, the bloody means of Jianghu were far more than this. It wasn't something that Guo Sufei could understand. Zhong Xiaohua used this simple earth escape technique to convince her mother. It was just to make her mother feel at ease. Seeing that her mother finally agreed, Zhong Xiaohua's face also revealed a smile. Then, she took out 10 jade talismans from her bosom and said, Mother, Father, Deity, these are some strange things that I got from a deserted island. They can protect people. Find a string and wear them on your body. Zhong Cai reached out and took one of the jade talismans. Looking left and right, he said, Xiaohua, this jade talisman is quite valuable. Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Father, whether this jade talisman is valuable or not, you must remember not to sell it. It can save lives. What? Zhong Xiaolong almost cried out, saying, This broken thing can save lives. I think it's better to sell it. Guo Sufei wasn't happy and said, "Look at you two old and young, how do you know about money? Listen to Xiaohua." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother knows me best. Can it save lives?" Guo Sufei also tried to persuade. Zhong Xiaohua hung a jade talisman on her body and said with a smile, "Dage, take that hoe and hit me hard." "No. Absolutely not." Before Zhong Xiaohua finished her words, Guo Sufei immediately objected. "Oh, then how about this, Dage, I'll put this jade talisman on the ground. You take the hoe and hit the jade talisman hard, what do you think?" "No need, Xiaohua, this jade talisman is worth at least a few silver coins, it's such a pity." Zhong Cai was not happy, he glared at Zhong Xiaolong and said, "Just this few silver coins, do you need to go so far?" Xiaolong. "Oh, that's right, father, I'll listen to you." Saying that, Zhong Xiaolong took a jade talisman and threw it on the ground. Then he looked for the hoe and used all his strength to hit the jade talisman. When the hoe touched the jade talisman, it was like hitting a ball of cotton, sinking. But no matter how hard he tried, there was always a gap between the hoe and the jade talisman, it couldn't touch it. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaolong shouted, "Interesting, interesting. But Xiaohua, if you wear this thing on your body, people won't hit the jade talisman when they hit you, right?" "It's okay, father, as long as you wear it, it will protect your whole body if you hit it with more than a certain amount of force. How about I put the jade talisman on Huan Huan, you can use a wooden stick to try?" Sure enough, if the jade talisman was put on the four odd beasts, Zhong Xiaolong would use a wooden stick to hit Huan Huan's butt. No matter how hard Zhong Xiaolong used, he couldn't hit it. Zhong Xiaolong was overjoyed, he quickly grabbed one and said, "This thing is great, with it, your sister-in-law won't be able to hurt me anymore." Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and gave the other 9 jade talismans to Guo Sufei. She said, "Mother, let's each have one. Keep the rest as a backup. This jade talisman won't work forever, it may not work after a few times." "Okay," Guo Sufei agreed. She carefully put it away and said, "I'll find a silk rope later, we'll all wear it." Seeing that her mother put away the jade talismans, Zhong Xiaohua took out 10 light red jade talismans from her arms. Before she could say anything, Zhong Xiaolong shouted, "Xiaohua, what are these? Are they different from the ones just now?" "Yes, big brother, you're right, the one just now is for protection, this one," Zhong Cai interrupted, "for hitting people." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father is really smart, no wonder the 3 of us are so smart, it's all thanks to you." Guo Sufei smiled and said, "Don't flatter your father said so many good things to you last night, it's all thanks to your mouth." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father is good, mother is good, hehe, please wait a moment." After saying that, Zhong Xiaohua moved a large rock from outside the yard. It was about the size of the Zhong family's dining table. Only Zhong Xiaohua had the strength to move it. If it were Zhong Xiaolong, it would take at least 5 people. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua move such a large stone, the 3 of them didn't understand. What does this have to do with hitting people? After the stone was placed in the middle of the courtyard, Zhong Xiaohua said, "Father, mother, big brother, you all stand behind me and watch how I use this jade talisman." The 3 of them didn't dare to be careless and stood behind Zhong Xiaohua. They saw Zhong Xiaohua pick up a jade talisman and throw it at the stone with all her strength. With a catcher sound, the jade talisman broke into pieces and a red light flashed from the jade talisman. It was a red flame, but the flame was different from the usual flames seen in the Zhong family. When the flame touched the stone, it actually burned. After a cup of tea's time, more than half of the huge stone was burned. This strange scene made the 3 of them even more stunned. Yes, this was the first time they saw a flame that could burn a stone. Zhong Xiaohua turned around and handed over the remaining few jade talismans. Zhong Xiaolong stretched out his hand but didn't dare to take them. He asked with some fear, "Xiaohua, isn't this thing too dangerous? If we were to accidentally trip and fall onto the jade talisman while holding it, wouldn't we burn ourselves in an instant?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and casually threw another jade talisman on the stone. This time, it didn't break. Zhong Xiaohua reached out and picked it up. She put it in someone's pocket and said with a smile, This jade talisman needs to be thrown with all your strength to be effective. If you are a little bit weaker, it won't break. Moreover, if Big Brother is carrying the jade talisman just now, the two jade talismans will meet and perish together. Of course, there won't be any danger. Ah! So it's like this. Only then did Zhong Xiaolong boldly reach out to take the remaining jade talismans. Looking at them carefully, he said, Xiaohua, this is a sharp weapon, more effective than any sword or saber. Do you have any more? Give me a few more. Zhong Xiaohua heard this and her heart was moved. Why didn't she think of it? She smiled and said, I still have some. I will give them to you later. But, Big Brother, don't use this thing in evil ways. Zhong Xiaolong also smiled and said, You look like Big Brother. How come Big Brother doesn't know what you think? Zhong Xiaohua gave the remaining few jade talismans to Guo Sufei. Guo Sufei took them and said with some reluctance, Xiaohua, when do you want to leave after giving us all these things? Zhong Xiaohua looked at the clouds in the sky and said, Mother, as soon as possible. If possible, I will leave tomorrow. What do you think? Ari, tomorrow is the 18th of the first month. It is not even the first month. You came back on the 9th day of the first month. It has only been 9 days and you want to leave. Hearing the word 9, Zhong Xiaohua's heart was moved. She smiled and said, Mother, I should leave tomorrow. This 9 is very auspicious. -3. Chapter 393. Ari, what new book? Hey. Ari, Guo Sufei sighed deeply, no matter how auspicious it is, as long as you leave, Mother will not be happy. Zhong Xiaohua smiled, Mother, don't worry, as long as there is news about second brother, I will immediately send someone to bring the news back. You just have to wait to make braised pork to reward me. Guo Sufei forced a smile and wiped her tears. Yes, Little Blossom was her son, and Little Tiger was her son too. They were both her flesh and blood. There was no reason to stop her from looking for her second son just because she felt sorry for her youngest son. Seeing this, Zhong Cai changed the topic. Today Xiaohua, stay at home, don't go anywhere, accompany your mother. Oh right, child's mother, bring the good things Xiaohua brought for Qianqian to see. Okay, we will go now. Guo Sufei agreed and the three of them went next door. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, You guys go first, I will go back to my room, I will be there soon. Guo Sufei showed the two jade talismans to Liu Qian and explained how to use them. Liu Qian had previously received the small primeval stones from Zhong Xiaohua, so she naturally knew that this brother of hers was not ordinary. Of course, she did not doubt. She immediately found a suitable thread from the sewing tray and passed the 6 jade talismans to everyone. Bai Ren also received one and wore it around her neck. As for the other light red jade talismans, she also took 2 and hid them close to her body. Seeing that their daughter-in-law trusted them so much, Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei also did as instructed. Not long after, Zhong Xiaohua also rushed over, took out a dozen light red jade talismans and said, Big brother, big sister-in-law, this is all, please keep it. Liu Qian glared at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, don't you still need these? You keep them for yourself. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Don't mention it, big sister-in-law, I don't need these, you guys can use them, as long as you don't use them casually and only use them to protect yourself. At this time, Guo Sufei also took out her own jade talisman and said, Xiaohua, Mother will let you wear this. Mother, I really. Zhong Xiaohua said half of the sentence, she could not continue, with tears in her eyes, she stretched her head and let her mother wear the talisman around her neck. Seeing this, Liu Qian hurriedly put on another one and handed it to Guo Sufei. Zhong Xiaohua said, Mother, you should wear it too. Why don't you let father help you? Forget it, I'll do it myself. Guo Sufei smiled and put the jade pendant on her body. Then, Zhong Xiaohua handed over a dozen jade talismans to Liu Qian. Liu Qian only took half of them, the rest were given to Guo Sufei. Guo Sufei only took half of them and returned the other half to Liu Qian. At this time, Bai Ren on the Kang had already woken up, yi a sound, turning over on the Kang. When he saw Zhong Xiaohua by the Kang bed, his eyes seemed to light up. He reached out his small hands to ask for a hug. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and held Bai Ren in his arms. Only then did the little guy stop scratching in his arms. He just looked at him and chuckled. Zhong Xiaohua once again swept with her spiritual awareness, but Bai Ren was still the same as other children. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi. If it was not for the fact that this 8-day-old child looked like a 5-month-old child, Zhong Xiaohua really couldn't believe that this was the baby she took out from the innate array. Liu Qian next to her asked, "Xiaohua, I heard from mother that you will leave tomorrow. Bai Ren is not 1 month old yet. Why don't you wait to eat Bai Ren's full moon banquet?" Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I will leave in the end. Why do you care about sooner or later? Speaking of Bai Ren's full moon banquet, I have prepared a gift in advance." After that, he took out a large piece of primordial stone from his arms and handed it to Liu Qian. "This is the same stone I gave you last time. I think Bai Ren will like it. I have nothing to give him, just treat this as a toy for him." This piece of primordial stone was the size of an adult's fist. The primordial qi contained in it was really surging. Zhong Xiaohua had been refining qi for a long time, but the amount of primordial qi in her body was not so much. Although Liu Qian did not understand the preciousness of this primordial stone, she knew that her son's birth was related to this stone, and it was just a much smaller stone. This one must be even more precious. However, Zhong Xiaohua was her younger brother, so she did not need to be too polite. Before she could say thank you, Bai Ren's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his small hand to hug this thing that was about the size of his head. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua put the primordial stone on the kang, and also put Bai Ren beside it. As a result, Bai Ren reached out and hugged the primordial stone and rolled around. He had long forgotten about Zhong Xiaohua. One day passed quickly, and Zhong Xiaohua's family stayed in Liu Qian's house, accompanying Bai Ren for the entire day. Liu Qian was still in confinement, so she could not leave the house. On the 17th day of the first month, the family had dinner in their central room. Mr. Liu, Liu Kai, and Li Yinfeng also came over, and it was a happy reunion dinner. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone into the house. Zhong Xiaohua opened his eyes, sighed softly, and pushed the door open. He did not plan to go out to the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist, and wanted to leave quietly, afraid of the heartache of separation. Unfortunately, just as he stepped out, he saw the dark red fire in the stove. His mother had already woken up. Quietly standing at the door, Zhong Xiaohua's eyes could not help but moisten. Guo Sufei woke up very early. When Zhong Xiaohua came out, she had already baked a large stack of pancakes. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua come in, Guo Sufei smiled and said, "Xiaohua, go and sleep for a while. We still have to hurry on the road today, so rest well." Zhong Xiaohua whispered, "Mother, you don't have to bake so many pancakes, I can't finish them. This is for you to eat on the road. Along the way, other people's food is not to their heart's content. I'm afraid that you won't be used to it." "Mother." Zhong Xiaohua was a little choked up. "Well, if you can't sleep, wash your face and tidy up your huan. It still has to carry you on the road, don't starve." Zhong Xiaohua responded and went. It seems that Zhong Xiaohua's idea of quietly leaving had completely failed. Not long after, Mr. Liu, Liu Kai, and Li Yinfeng also came over. After eating, a group of people sent Zhong Xiaohua out like stars surrounding the moon. Only Liu Qian and Bai Ren didn't go out of the house. Zhong Xiaohua specially went to say goodbye to her sister-in-law. Bai Ren, this boy, was still sleeping soundly. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but hug and kiss his chubby little face. There were many people in the village who woke up early. Seeing that only the third son of the Zhong family was going out again, they all stopped and carefully gave their blessings. Zhong Xiaohua was ashamed. She thought that people were too bad before. At this time, she carefully smiled and greeted the people who were familiar with her. At the entrance of the village, there was no need to mention the reluctance and attachment. This time was different from before. Although they were reluctant to part at the beginning, they knew that there was no danger to their lives. At worst, they could just pat their butts and come back. This time, they knew that the road ahead was dangerous. Although Zhong Xiaohua showed a few skills yesterday and dispelled most of the old people's doubts, how could they bear to see their son take risks? Guo Sufei's face was still full of tears. Although Zhong Xiaohua was sad, she was after all 18 years old. She was not like the youth of the past who only had tears in her eyes. After saying a few words to her mother, father, and the others, she floated onto the deer. She patted Huan's bald horn and the deer lifted its legs and moved forward. After a few steps, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but look back. Everyone raised their hands. Only her mother covered her mouth with one hand and put the other hand in front of her face with difficulty, slightly waving it. Zhong Xiaohua's hand also seemed to be weighed down by tens of thousands of pounds. It was extremely difficult for her to wave it. The tears that had been in her eyes all this time finally couldn't help but flow down the corner of her eyes. Thinking that her mother would definitely be sad if she was sad, Zhong Xiaohua forced a smile. Then, she resolutely turned her head and let the sparkling tears fall to the ground. Huan also seemed to understand Zhong Xiaohua's intentions. With a low whistle, it flipped its 4 hooves and galloped towards Lu Town. After turning the corner at the foot of the mountain, the Guozhuang house was hidden by the mountain. The mountain could block one's vision, but it couldn't hide one's longing heart. Zhong Xiaohua had already released her divine perception long ago. From afar, she could see her grieving family members. This kind of parting was always so sad that it made one's heart turn cold. When Zhong Xiaohua neared Pingyang City, his emotions gradually calmed down. The Guozhuang house was a peaceful harbor that he would always look forward to. However, it was not the stage of his life. Zhong Xiaohua already knew that ever since he obtained the Carefree Heart Sutra and entered the cultivation of the immortal Tao, his life had become very different from that of ordinary people. Even the martial artists couldn't compare to him. Therefore, it was still the same old saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Trying to escape? That's impossible. Looking at the approaching gates of Pingyang City, Zhong Xiaohua was filled with anticipation. How were the 2 little girls, Nai Qianyu and Little Orange, doing? Although he could see what he wanted to know as long as he released his divine perception, was there any point in doing so? Zhong Xiaohua arrived at the inn. Everything looked the same as before. It was just that the new year had just passed and there were more merchants coming and going. Business seemed to be much better and the inn was bustling with activity. However, the inn staff seemed to have a strange look in their eyes. When they saw Zhong Xiaohua enter, they weren't as enthusiastic as before. It seemed like they were avoiding him. Could it be that I didn't tip them with a large sum of money the last time I came? That's why they seem distant. Ayo, could it be that Nai Qianyu has run out of money and owes them money for their rooms? Zhong Xiaohua walked into the courtyard of the inn suspiciously. In the corner of the courtyard, the horse carriage was left alone. It didn't seem to have moved at all. Zhong Xiaohua left the 4 odd beasts behind and walked to Nai Qianyu's door. There was no noise from the 2 little girls inside. Zhong Xiaohua frowned even more. Walking to the tightly shut door, Zhong Xiaohua knocked lightly on the door and asked, "Is there anyone at home?" Immediately, a hoarse voice shouted from inside, "There's no one here." However, before the voice finished, it was followed by an exclamation. Brother Ren, it can't be." When Zhong Xiaohua heard her surprised and joyful voice, cold sweat broke out on his back. I don't think he was this intimate with Miss Nai. It's only been 10 days since we last met, yet he misses her so much. -3. Chapter 394. Although Nai Qianyu was only 12 years old, she was still a young girl. Cough cough, she had already grown up and her body was filled with the unique fragrance of a girl. Her movements were like a swallow returning to the forest, but this really put Zhong Xiaohua in a difficult position. Should I step aside and let her pass? Wouldn't that be letting Miss Nai eat dirt? However, if I don't step aside, won't I be taking advantage of her? Although Zhong Xiaohua did not release his divine perception, Nai Qianyu's movements still allowed Zhong Xiaohua to make sufficient movements to avoid her. However, after thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua still stood there bravely and fearlessly. He only felt a soft and delicate body in his arms and a sweet smell entered his nose. Then, a delicate arm wrapped around Zhong Xiaohua's waist. Zhong Xiaohua swayed and almost fell to the ground. His body, which had been tempered by the heavenly thunder and refined by the chi of heaven and earth, had never received such treatment before. All of a sudden, he seemed to feel uncomfortable. Zhong Xiaohua was about to reach out and push Nai Chenyu slightly to express to her that it was inappropriate for men and women to touch each other when Nai Chenyu leaned in his arms and cried, "Brother Ren, why are you only back now? Little Orange, she has been snatched away." Ah! Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Is it because of my words? If I had known that I was so powerful, I wouldn't have joked with you guys. Quickly tell me what happened. Don't tell me that the bullies of Pingyang City want to force Little Orange to be his second concubine? Or did the bandits outside the city want to kidnap her to be their mistress?" No matter what Zhong Xiaohua said, Nai Chenyu seemed to be frightened and refused to let go. She lay in Zhong Xiaohua's arms and cried non-stop. Although Zhong Xiaohua couldn't see Nai Chenyu buried in her arms, she could imagine the scene of Nai Chenyu sobbing in the rain. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but pout. This child doesn't have parents to love her. She's so pitiful. After about 15 minutes, Nai Chenyu seemed to be tired from crying and realized her impoliteness. She quickly escaped from Zhong Xiaohua's arms and lowered her head, blushing, as if she wanted to hide her little face in front of her chest. Zhong Xiaohua found it a little funny. She coughed twice and asked, "Little Yu, quickly tell me what's going on with Little Orange. How did it get snatched away?" Hearing this, Nai Chenyu quickly looked up and was about to say something, but she saw that Zhong Xiaohua's chest was wet. Wasn't that her tears just now? She immediately lowered her head in fear. Zhong Xiaohua walked forward and patted her head. "Little Yu, sit down first and tell me slowly. I'm back, so leave this to me." Zhong Xiaohua's action of patting her head was a little reckless. He was used to being patted by his parents, eldest brother, and second brother at home, so he naturally thought it was a gesture of comfort. However, Nai Chenyu was a girl, so it was inappropriate to pat her head. Even if it was some other part of her body, it was a big taboo to pat her head without permission. Fortunately, before Nai Chenyu could dodge, her head was patted by Zhong Xiaohua's sneaky hand. Nai Chenyu looked up a little unhappily. When she saw Zhong Xiaohua's calm smile, she felt a lot more at ease. She felt that the hand patting her head was 1,000 times warmer and made her feel safe. Nai Chenyu obediently sat on the edge of the bed and recounted everything that had happened after Zhong Xiaohua left. It turned out that ever since Zhong Xiaohua left in the snow on the 6th day of the first lunar month, although Nai Chenyu and Little Orange were angry at Zhong Xiaohua's joke, the two girls felt isolated in this unfamiliar Pingyang city. Therefore, they almost never went out. They only strolled in the courtyard when the sky cleared up. If they had nothing to do, they would stay in the house and joke around. It was no different from when they were in the boudoir in the mountain villa. The only difference was that many of their conversations involved the heartless thief who left them in this inn and left alone. However, on the 15th day of the first lunar month, the sky finally cleared up. It was another day to see the lanterns. Even the lanterns in Lu Town attracted Zhong Xiaohua's attention, not to mention the grand and lively lanterns in Pingyang City. Therefore, Nai Chenyu and Little Orange finally couldn't resist the clamor outside the inn and walked out of the door for the first time. The liveliness was actually secondary. The most important thing was that in Nai Chenyu's hometown, Carefree City, there was another custom on the 15th day of the first lunar month. That was, young girls could write their wishes on paper and place it on the lotus lanterns on the river. If the god of the water favored it, it would open the girl's paper and fulfill this lucky girl's wish. In the past, Nai Chenyu didn't have any major wishes and would do them casually. Today, however, was the first time she had a major wish. Therefore, she didn't care if this custom existed in Pingyang City. She pulled Little Orange along and wanted to go shopping for lotus lanterns. In fact, Zhong Xiaohua's words made sense. Nai Chenyu was only a 12-year-old girl. Her body was still developing and her appearance wasn't outstanding. Although Little Orange had delicate features and was a beauty, she was still a girl after all. She didn't have a threatening aura. The two of them wouldn't cause any trouble on the streets. However, man proposes, God disposes. Since Pingyang City didn't have the custom of placing lotus lanterns, They only found something they were satisfied with after walking around for a long time. Coincidentally, just as they walked out of the lantern shop, they saw a blind man setting up a stall by the street. There were a few words on the stall, seeking future and marriage. Nai Chenyu's mind was preoccupied with the idea of placing the lanterns at night and didn't notice at all. However, Little Orange saw it and couldn't move her feet. She insisted on dragging Miss to take a look at the stall and said, helping Miss find marriage. How could Nai Chenyu not understand Little Orange's intention? Hence, the two of them went forward to perform a divination. The blind man asked for their birth characters and gave them 2 divination signs. One was above average, which fulfilled Little Orange's wish. The other was below average, which ruined Nai Chenyu's good mood. Nai Chenyu pouted and tipped them a few coins. As she walked, she said, "Not allowed, not allowed. It's too unlucky." However, when it was time to place the lanterns at night, her face was still gloomy. Little Orange carefully placed the lanterns for Miss. She even specially said that the water god was definitely more powerful than the blind man. Only then did Nai Chenyu feel slightly relieved. However, just as they turned the corner and returned to the inn, a man in black suddenly flew down from the wall beside them. He stretched out his hand and sealed their acupoints. Before Nai Chenyu fainted, she clearly saw the man's figure. Wasn't he the blind man who performed a divination on the street earlier? When Nai Chenyu woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. In the room of the inn, she heard from the innkeeper that he went out to look for friends last night and happened to see the man in black committing a crime. The man in black seemed to have seen someone appear and hurriedly ran away. Only then did he leave Nai Chenyu behind and not kidnap her. At that time, Nai Chenyu was so scared that her face turned ashen. She didn't dare to take half a step out of the inn. She didn't even have the thought of reporting it to the authorities. The innkeeper always said that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If the victim didn't report it, then what did it have to do with him? Therefore, he kept it a secret. After hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua finally understood the way the innkeeper looked at her. Of course, she was missing but didn't dare to report it to the authorities. The innkeeper thought that she was a human trafficker. Zhong Xiaohua touched her chin and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she asked, "Little Yu is Little Orange's birthday on the 7th day of the 7th month?" "Ah!" Nai Chenyu was shocked and said, "How did you know?" Immediately, her face turned ashen and she said, "She even told you this?" Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said, "When did Little Orange tell me? Why didn't I know?" You know that you already know Little Orange's birthday." "I didn't tell you." "She didn't tell you either." "Did you dream about it?" Zhong Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She laughed and told her what happened in Lu Town. Nai Chenyu then laughed through her tears and said, "I thought you were blind." "Blind? Ha." Zhong Xiaohua also laughed and said, "If I were blind, I wouldn't kidnap people." Then, he frowned and said, "I didn't think so much that day. I just wanted the authorities to intervene in this human trafficker's matter. However, I forgot to interrogate the man in black. It was really negligent." "Yes, Big Brother Ren. It's been almost 10 days. I wonder if Little Orange is still alive." At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua was calm. That was because, as Nai Chenyu said, it had been 10 days. If something had happened, it would have happened long ago. Moreover, the kidnapping of the little girl by the men in black in Lu Town was probably an organized and planned collective event. It should be different from the usual plucking. Little Orange's real concern should be her life and nothing else. But, Big Brother Ren, what should we do now? I didn't dare to report it to the authorities at that time. If the authorities asked about my background, I was afraid that I would attract the attention of the bad guys again. So, I've been waiting for Big Brother to come over for the past few days. Don't you think I'm too selfish?" Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "Little Yu is very smart. It's very right not to report it to the authorities. Didn't you hear me say that day at the place I went, the authorities couldn't wait to run away? Why would they care? The authorities in Pingyang City might be better. However, once they ask about your background, It's not wise for you to fall into their trap first, not to mention Little Orange. Then, Big Brother Ren, do you think I did the right thing? Zhong Xiaohua gave her a thumbs up and said, it's more than right. You're extremely smart. Nai Qianyu's face flushed red. The grievances that she had been suppressing in her heart for the past 10 days had long disappeared. After interacting with her for a few months, Zhong Xiaohua knew that this girl had always been competitive. However, she was still young and immature. When faced with such a situation, it was difficult for her to have the best of both worlds. He laughed and said, all right, I'm back. Leave Little Orange's matter to me. Look at your haggard face. You'd better rest more. Then, he looked around and said, Little you I'll go next door. You sleep. Big Brother Ren, please add it to your collection. Please tip it. Thank you. -3. Chapter 395. Brother Ren, Nai Qianyu wanted to say something but stopped. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, okay, you go ahead and sleep. I'll stand at the door. With that, he got up and walked to the door. His slender figure blocked the sunlight and his elongated shadow was cast on the brick bed. Nai Qianyu's face was a little red and her heart was racing. She curled up on the brick bed and pulled the blanket over her body. She also covered herself with the warm shadow and felt very at ease. Not long after, she started snoring softly. When Zhong Xiaohua heard it, he tiptoed and closed the door. Then, he got up and went to the room next door. The target of the men in black was Little Orange, the girl who was born on the 7th day of the 7th month. Nai Qianyu was not in any danger at all. She was just frightened. Sigh, poor child. Zhong Xiaohua sighed in his heart. First, she was chased after. Now, her own girl was kidnapped. She has been in a state of fear for the past few days. I wonder how many tricks she has used. I forgot to ask her. Zhong Xiaohua returned to the small house and sat cross-legged. To be honest, he was just comforting Nai Qianyu. He did not have any confidence in himself. Pingyang City was so big. Where could he find Little Orange? Moreover, she had been missing for 10 days. He did not know where she had been transferred to. But if he did not say that, what else could he say? Sitting cross-legged on the brick bed, Zhong Xiaohua released his divine senses. His divine senses were already very powerful and could cover the entire Pingyang City. However, just like what happened in Lu Town previously, even if he could cover it completely, what was the use? You can only see, but you can't know all the movements like the back of your hand. This is divine sense, after all, not a domain. If only there was a way to leave a mark on Little Orange's body. Once he released his divine senses, no matter where she was, as long as she was still in Pingyang City, he would be able to sense her. How good would that be? Zhong Xiaohua's divine senses circled around Pingyang City for a long time but did not find anything. He had no choice but to withdraw it. It was still early, so Zhong Xiaohua closed her eyes to cultivate. The content of the Way of Heaven was boundless and vast, so it couldn't be rushed. Before leaving the Guozhuang house, he had made jade talismans that gave him a lot of inspiration. Since he could make talismans and cultivate at the same time, why not? However, before creating the talismans, Zhong Xiaohua had something more important to do. She had to comprehend the 365 talismans in the Golden Formation in her Niwen Palace. The first time Zhong Xiaohua chose a talisman, just as he immersed his spiritual consciousness into it, he was immediately exhausted, so he immediately withdrew his spiritual consciousness, so he still did not know anything about these 365 talismans. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to continue to talk about each of the talismans and try to find a breakthrough in his cultivation. Looking at these 365 talismans that were connected together like tadpoles, Zhong Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. These tadpoles were almost exactly the same. From the outside, one could not tell the difference at all. However, Zhong Xiaohua knew that these talismans were definitely different from each other. Looking at the swimming talismans, Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to immerse his spiritual consciousness into a talisman that had just drifted in front of him. Just as his spiritual consciousness entered, he felt a wave of fatigue in his head. However, this time, Zhong Xiaohua did not withdraw his spiritual consciousness immediately, but insisted on immersing it in the inner layer. As his spiritual consciousness penetrated deeper, the fatigue became more and more serious, and there was even a slight prickling pain. Zhong Xiaohua was a little hesitant, not knowing if he should persist. But at this moment, the talisman emitted a milky white brilliance, producing a strong suction force. It pulled Zhong Xiaohua's spiritual consciousness tightly, as if it was about to absorb it. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua was not alarmed, but happy. He was most afraid that no matter how he probed, the talisman would not respond. However, at this moment, just immersing it in for a while, it produced a suction force. Presumably, he needed to send his spiritual consciousness into the talisman. Finished thinking, Zhong Xiaohua slightly controlled his spiritual consciousness and let his spiritual consciousness slowly enter the talisman. As his spiritual consciousness was absorbed, the talisman's brilliance became more and more brilliant. Although Zhong Xiaohua did not use his eyes to look, there was a dazzling feeling. When his spiritual consciousness was about to be completely absorbed, the brilliance was extremely brilliant. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua calmly took out 2 small primordial stones from his arms, one in each hand, and operated the jade blood elixir refining technique. The true qi in the meridians of his whole body slowly turned into heart fire, and directly burned the elixir refining technique. Since Zhong Xiaohua practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra to the 6th level, his spiritual consciousness was extremely profound. Cultivating the jade blood elixir refining technique had little effect, so he did not practice it much. At this time, when he saw his spiritual consciousness was about to be absorbed, he immediately thought of this technique. Sure enough, when the heart fire burned the elixir refining technique, it was immediately absorbed by the brilliant talisman. After the brilliance was extremely bright, it gradually dimmed. At this time, the talisman was no longer in the shape of a tadpole, but slowly revealed its original appearance. However, it was still somewhat faint and could not be seen clearly. Seeing that this technique was effective, Zhong Xiaohua left and operated the Heart Sutra. He absorbed the heaven and earth primordial qi from the primordial stones into his meridians to replenish the true qi that had turned into heart fire. With the new supply of primordial qi, the heart fire was not extinguished, and was slowly absorbed by the talisman. After absorbing for an entire afternoon, the talisman gradually revealed its true form. It was actually in the shape of a cute rabbit. What kind of talisman was this? Zhong Xiaohua was somewhat aghast. Following the complete appearance of the rabbit talisman, a set of extremely complex techniques containing 365 different finger techniques immediately appeared in Zhong Xiaohua's mind. Zhong Xiaohua carefully comprehended it. Wasn't this the technique of the rabbit talisman? Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. Just as she was about to comprehend it further, a huge feeling of exhaustion came from her mind. There was actually a feeling of exhaustion. Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to try again. She immediately withdrew her divine sense, and let the golden array revolve around the elixir refining technique. She silently operated the Heart Sutra and adjusted her breathing. After the time it took to eat a meal, the true qi of the 6th level of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra had circulated through the meridians of her entire body a few times. Her entire body felt comfortable, and only then did she stop. After a little check, Zhong Xiaohua found that the Worry-Free Heart Sutra had not made any progress, but her divine sense had increased. However, there was a slight throbbing pain in her mind. Presumably, the true qi that she had used to cultivate the cultivation method had been supplied to the talisman all the time. It had long exceeded the capacity of her mudpill palace, and thus caused the injury. After thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to continue comprehending, for fear that going too far would be as bad as not going far enough. At this time, the sky had already turned dark, and she did not know whether Nai Qianyu had woken up or not. Zhong Xiaohua floated down to the ground and came to the door of Nai Qianyu's room. She gently knocked on the door again, and there was still a light snoring sound coming from the room. Presumably, Nai Qianyu was still sleeping soundly. Zhong Xiaohua sighed. For the past 10 days, Nai Qianyu must have been exhausted and did not dare to sleep. She only completely relaxed when she saw her. How could she be sleeping soundly? After waiting for a while with her hands clasped behind her back, Zhong Xiaohua went to the front of the inn to find some porridge and side dishes and brought them back. The innkeeper knew that the guest had met with a calamity. He was afraid that Zhong Xiaohua would be angry, so he carefully accompanied her and welcomed her with a smile. Zhong Xiaohua did not bother to explain to him, so she took the food box and left. After Zhong Xiaohua put the food box on the table and lit the lamp, Nai Chenyu was finally awakened by the bright light in front of her eyes. Rubbing her hazy eyes, Nai Chenyu's face was burning. She asked in a low voice, "Brother Ren, have you been accompanying me all this time?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "No, I also went back to my room to sleep. I just woke up and thought that you must be hungry, so I called you to get up and eat something." While they were talking, they heard Nai Chenyu's stomach growling. Nai Chenyu's face was burning even more. Zhong Xiaohua opened the lid of the food box and said, "Come, little fishy, eat something first and then go back to sleep." "Okay," Nai Chenyu nodded and said, "Brother Ren, you should eat too." Zhong Xiaohua said, "There's no need. I've already eaten. This is for you." After saying that, he was about to scoop rice for Nai Chenyu. How could Nai Chenyu let him scoop rice for her? She hurriedly jumped off the Kang bed and ran over without even wearing her shoes. "Let me do it, Brother Ren, you should rest." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sit down, little fishy. Your wrist must not be completely healed. If it is injured again, won't you need to rest for many days?" Nai Chenyu was a little embarrassed and said, "Then, I will have to trouble Brother Ren." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything. He took out the side dishes and the porridge and placed it on the table. He stood at the side and smiled as he watched Nai Chenyu eat in small bites. Nai Chenyu seemed to have never eaten as well as today. She actually finished the small pot of porridge. After putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Nai Chenyu said embarrassedly, "Brother Ren, you have never seen me eat so much, right?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "Of course, when I saw you before, I only tasted a little. Today, it was an eye-opener for me. You can eat more than me." Nai Chenyu smiled and said, "Brother Ren, you have never seen so much. Take your time to broaden your horizons." After saying that, she seemed to feel a little inappropriate and lowered her head slightly. However, she immediately raised her head and asked, "Brother Ren, is there any news about Little Orange?" After saying that, she laughed at herself and said, "Ayo, Brother Ren just said that he was resting in the room. I was too anxious." Zhong Xiaohua said, "I asked around outside first, but there were no good clues. I will go out later. Maybe I will find something at night." "I see." Nai Chenyu was a little disappointed and said, "Then, be careful. Don't do anything inappropriate." "Okay." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and walked to the table to clear the bowls and chopsticks. She said, "You should rest. You probably haven't slept well for many days. Go to bed. Maybe you can see Little Orange tomorrow." "Really?" Nai Chenyu was a little excited. Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I am just comforting you. I am not a god. How can I find him so quickly?" Sigh. Nai Chenyu sighed and said, "I can't help you. I just want to sleep. Go to sleep. You will be the biggest help to me if you rest." Nai Chenyu saw that Zhong Xiaohua was not polite at all. She could only twitch her mouth and sit in front of the Kang bed again. Zhong Xiaohua took the food box out and shouted, "Little you lock the door." "Got it. Go." Nai Chenyu said weakly, "Go and come back early." -3. Chapter 396. Why would Zhong Xiaohua need to leave the house personally? He returned the food box to the inn and returned to the house. He sat cross-legged and released his divine perception. Although there was still some pain in his head, it was not a big deal for him to use his divine perception to observe. Pingyang City was really lively at night. There were all kinds of things. Zhong Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. His divine perception followed a few sneaky thieves and watched a few filthy dramas. Then, he hurriedly escaped. See no evil. There were also a few places where tragic tragedies happened. Zhong Xiaohua really could not stand it anymore. Although he knew that this would alert the enemy and spoil his plan, he really could not remain indifferent when he saw innocent people about to lose their lives. Hence, he raised the small sword in his arms again and stopped them in time before harm happened. Of course, after the first time, there would be a second time and a third time. For the entire first half of the night, Zhong Xiaohua did not do anything else. He only enforced justice on behalf of the heavens and helped the weak. This sudden black light saved many people. From then on, the legend of Lunar Shadow was born in Pingyang City. After being the savior of the commoners for half a night, Zhong Xiaohua was really exhausted. When midnight came, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. As Zhong Xiaohua flickered in his dream, a mysterious wave was emitted from his body. The starlight in the endless starry sky was instantly projected. As usual, it gathered into a cocoon-like ball of light around his body. After a long time, the wave around Zhong Xiaohua's body changed rapidly. The light cocoon wrapped around his body suddenly expanded as if it was attracted by something inside his body. Then, it was sucked into Zhong Xiaohua's body like a whale sucking in water. At the same time, Zhong Xiaohua's bones, which had been refined to the point that they were transparent, became completely transparent in an instant. Then, on many parts of the transparent bones, traces of red appeared. At this moment, there was no more starlight around Zhong Xiaohua's body. The wave around his body surged a few times and adjusted to another mysterious amplitude. Gradually, it stabilized. As the wave stabilized, starlight was projected from the horizon again. In an instant, it enveloped his entire body. However, who would know if this starlight was the same starlight? The next morning, Zhong Xiaohua had just gone to the courtyard to practice her martial arts when she heard Nai Chenyu running out of the house happily. She raised her head and looked around, but to no avail. Disappointed, she asked, "Brother Ren, did you not find Little Orange last night?" Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to stop. She said apologetically, "Little Yu I exaggerated a little last night. I searched the entire Pingyang city but did not find any clues." Nai Chenyu said desolately, "It's all right, Big Brother Ren. How can anything in this world be done just because you said so? Little Orange has been missing for 10 days. It will be difficult to start looking for him now. Moreover, I know that what you said yesterday was just to comfort me. You wanted me to have a good rest." Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose and smiled. "Little Yu is really smart. I'll go out and look again today. Maybe I'll find something." Nai Chenyu's eyes lit up and said, "I understand. Big Brother Ren, are you looking for a blind fortune teller today?" Shaking her head, Zhong Xiaohua said helplessly, "Yes, I am." "That's great, Big Brother Ren. It's a little difficult, but I hope you can work harder. Please don't give up, okay?" Nai Chenyu sounded like she was pleading at the end. In fact, Nai Chenyu could not be blamed for not trusting Zhong Xiaohua. It was just that before Zhong Xiaohua left them, she was indifferent to them and did not like to interfere. Therefore, she was really afraid that Zhong Xiaohua would give up. If it was in the past, Zhong Xiaohua might hesitate and consider whether she would expose her background if she acted in Pingyang City. But now, she was full of chivalry and naturally would not decline too much. She smiled and said, "Look at what you're saying, little Yu. Along the way, we've developed feelings for each other. How could I possibly give up?" The word feelings was not used appropriately. Yes, it was really worth the 3 months of studying the 3-character classic. Nai Chenyu's forehead flushed red. She didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Then, Nai Chenyu smiled and said, "Big Brother Ren, I won't hold you back from practicing martial arts." After that, she bounced back to the house like a little swallow, as if her wrist was not injured at all. Looking at Nai Chenyu's cheerful back view, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and continued practicing the Big Dipper magical fist. After practicing the Big Dipper magical fist for a few days, Zhong Xiaohua felt that his strength seemed to have increased by a lot. Therefore, he paid more attention to this fist technique. Late in the morning, Zhong Xiaohua went out of the inn with his hands behind his back. In fact, he could stay in the inn, but after all, Nai Chenyu was beside him. If he stayed in the house alone, Nai Chenyu would blame him for being lazy, and there would be no reason for her to find any clues in the future. There were many people from all walks of life in Pingyang City, and there were even a few blind fortune-tellers. Zhong Xiaohua found a tea house and ordered some fragrant tea. As he tasted the tea, he used his divine senses to monitor these blind men. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. Zhong Xiaohua had to look at this and that at the same time, lest he missed the real murderer. He could only see, but he could not really hear the conversation between the blind man and the others. Therefore, most of the time, he had to pay attention to the shape of their mouths and the changes in their expressions. He had to guess what they were thinking to determine if there was anything wrong with what they were doing. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua had an unusually hard time drinking the tea. Almost all the waiters in the tea house were muttering at the side, "Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Why is he so flustered when he's just drinking tea?" When the sky turned dark, those blind men left their stalls and went back to their homes. Zhong Xiaohua followed them closely, but he still did not find anything. The only thing he found was a stomach full of tea. Nai Qianyu was also obedient. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua had returned empty-handed, she did not pursue the matter. She only served the food in the inn and comforted him gently, "Don't worry. Heaven helps the worthy. Perhaps there will be news tomorrow." Zhong Xiaohua ate 2 mouthfuls hastily and returned to the house. He pondered carefully. Although his divine senses were powerful and could monitor several blind fortune-tellers in Pingyang City at the same time, it was after all an act of waiting. He did not know which blind man was the real culprit. Moreover, if the culprit did not disguise himself as a blind man, what should he do? For a moment, he was filled with worry. The direct result of Zhong Xiaohua's worry was to release the small sword. With the power of a thunderbolt, he showed the will of heaven and punished many people who took advantage of the dark to do evil in Pingyang City. It was only late into the night that his worry subsided. The next day, Zhong Xiaohua left the inn early. However, this time, he did not sit in the tea house. Instead, he rode out of Pingyang City on the David's Deer. These 2 nights of eliminating pornography and illegal activities in Pingyang City had already shown some results. There were more and more cases of people helping the elderly cross the road. The bad guys who kidnapped the young girls were not really blind. They would definitely sense something. The best way was to look around Pingyang City and see if he could find some clues. However, when he exited the west gate of Pingyang City, he realized that the city gate was slightly different from before. Ever since Zhong Xiaohua came to Pingyang City for the first time 6 years ago and the numerous times he entered and left Pingyang City after that, he had not met any soldiers at the city gate. However, today, there were actually a few soldiers guarding the west gate of Pingyang City. They interrogated the passers-by especially the horse carriages and the like. The inspection was especially detailed. Even Zhong Xiaohua, who was all alone, was interrogated in detail. They also looked at his strange steed from left to right, up and down. They only let him leave the city when they confirmed that there was nothing more to ask. As for the passers-by who entered the city, they did not interrogate them at all. Zhong Xiaohua was very puzzled. However, he had never been very interested in the officials and thus could not be bothered to ask. Of course, even if he wanted to find out, he might not be able to get anything. He could tell just by looking at those soldiers who treated the passers-by like wolves and tigers. Zhong Xiaohua followed his own train of thought and carefully checked the east, west, and north of Pingyang City for several days. He did not discover anything even though he was more than 10 miles away from the city. He even checked the surroundings of the ethereal heights in detail. However, the Righteous Alliance had already taken over the heights and Zhong Xiaohua did not go deep inside. With the reputation of the Righteous Alliance in the pugilistic world, they would not do such a heinous thing. Even if the Righteous Alliance wanted to do it, they would definitely not choose Pingyang City. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua only looked around the surroundings. Huanxi Heights seemed to be like what Choju had said. There were not many changes and everyone had their own business. However, all these had nothing to do with Zhong Xiaohua. Therefore, he did not rashly go there and try to establish old ties with Tian Zhengxi and Ma Jing. It was already dusk. Zhong Xiaohua returned from the east side of Pingyang City. This day, He had walked dozens of miles away from the city and found many villages and forests. He had also used his divine perception to check many places that were rarely visited but to no avail. Now, he only had not seen the south side of Pingyang City. However, he had entered from the south gate and did not see anything strange along the way. It seemed that if there was no special miracle, he could only apologize to Nai Chenyu. However, at the thought of Little Orange's voice and smile, after not seeing them for more than 10 days, Zhong Xiaohua felt a wave of sadness in his heart. If he did not leave the two of them alone in Pingyang City and instead brought them to the Guozhuang house, even Lu Town, would they be able to avoid this disaster? The more he thought about it, the more guilty Zhong Xiaohua felt. He felt that he really should not have avoided these two girls so much. Just as he was thinking, from the east gate of Pingyang City, came a big dung cart carrying farm treasures. An unpleasant stench assailed his nostrils. Many people on the side of the road covered their noses to avoid it. Zhong Xiaohua grew up in a farmer's house. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this smell and did not take it seriously. However, Zhong Xiaohua was riding on the back of the deer. Huan Huan had always had a habit of walking in the middle of the road. This time was no exception. As they were about to bump into the dung cart, Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly patted Huan Huan's head, indicating for it to quickly make way for the cart. Although he was not afraid of this smell, it would not be good if he bumped into the cart and got himself covered in farm treasures. However, just as Huan Huan brushed past the dung cart, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but frown. -3. Chapter 397. Although Zhong Xiaohua had not given himself any farm fertilizer for a long time, he had seen farm treasures since he was young. Naturally, he would not frown just because he was close to them. The reason why he was like this was because he realized that there was something wrong with the two coachmen. Farm treasures naturally referred to the dung in the fields. This large dung cart must have taken the dung from the toilets of the people in Pingyang City and brought it back to the fields to be fertilized. Normally, when farmers did this kind of work, they would drive along the side of the road and drive the cart carefully. They were afraid that they would annoy the passers-by and embarrass their family. Moreover, this kind of work was not a dignified job. Who would swagger in the middle of the road? Furthermore, it was just after the new year. It was not a proper day to dig dung in the fields. If the crops were growing and needed a large amount of fertilizer, it was understandable that two strong laborers would go to the city to dig dung. However, there was no need to rush to fertilize the fields. They were just pulling the dung back and storing it first. Why would they need two people to do this kind of idle work? Of course, the two of them might have come together to be companions or because it was on the way. However, since they were here to dig dung, they should not cover their noses. Their family was the first to despise this farm treasures. They really did not have any professionalism at all. From this point of view, how could Zhong Xiaohua not be able to conclude that there was something wrong with these two coachmen who were digging dung? Sigh, these two coachmen were also pitiful. Of all the people they could meet, they just had to meet this hero Ren who grew up in the countryside. Yes, he was also a hero who was extremely proficient in farm fertilizer. Zhong Xiaohua brushed past the large dung cart. In order not to attract their attention, he did not stop. Instead, he continued to move forward until he could no longer see the shadow of the cart. Then, he patted the head of David's deer and turned around to chase after the cart. Zhong Xiaohua was not in a hurry. Anyway, he could use his spiritual sense. He just needed to hang from a distance. He would definitely not be discovered by them. The dung cart kept going east until it was dark. The two men got off the cart and looked around to make sure that there was no one around. Then, they drove the dung cart into a small forest. Not long after, they came out again. At this time, the wooden buckets of dung on the cart were gone. Zhong Xiaohua saw with her divine sense that the two men covered their noses as they carried the wooden buckets out of the cart and casually threw them in the forest. The carriage continued on its journey. Not long after, it came to a small fork in the road. The coachman skillfully drove towards the small path in the southwest direction. It was a muddy path that could barely allow a carriage to pass through. In front of it, there was a patch of lights. It seemed to be a very small village. The two of them entered the manor and did not hesitate. They went straight to a dark courtyard at the entrance of the village and knocked on the courtyard door rhythmically. Immediately, an old man's head popped out. He first looked into the distance, then opened the courtyard door and said angrily, "You two brats, why did you just arrive? Hurry up and come in." The two of them did not dare to speak. They looked at each other and drove the carriage into the courtyard. Before the carriage came to a stop, the old man asked, "Have you brought the item? The days are getting closer and closer. If we still can't complete the task, the commander will blame us." One of them, who was slightly taller, smiled apologetically and said, "Banner Master Gao, don't worry. Although we are 2 days late this time, we still brought the item on time. We didn't delay the commander's matters. You make it sound so easy. I have waited here for a few days. How can I not be anxious? The date that the commander has requested is approaching." "Oh right, why did you delay for so long?" "Ah, don't mention it. Sigh, don't talk about it anymore. Our days in Pingyang City have been tough as well. You don't know that Pingyang City has been haunted for the past 2 days. Many of my subordinates, yes, not only me, but also the brothers in other territories. When they went out to work at night, they all met a monster that they called Legend of Lunar Shadow. My goodness, you haven't seen it before. All you saw was a flash of black light and everything creaked. You were all turned into spare parts." This person was very long-winded and even said you don't understand a few times. This made Banner Master Gao very unhappy. At this moment, the person beside him smiled apologetically and said, "Old Master Gao, just as my brother said, the city has been rather chaotic these few days. As long as the brothers in the underworld go out to work, there will always be some strange things interfering. Therefore, for the sake of the commander's grand plan, I have no choice but to shrink my head and act carefully." When Banner Master Gao heard this, his expression softened a little. He said, "It's not easy for you guys either. You have delivered a lot of good stuff. If the commander asks about it, I will definitely report to him and reward you handsomely." The two of them were overjoyed. They cupped their fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Banner Master Gao." At this moment, Banner Master Gao sniffled and lowered his head slightly to look at his feet. Then he said, "Oh right, what is the Legend of Lunar Shadow that you mentioned just now? Tell me about it in detail." "It's like this." Reporting to Banner Master, "None of us have seen what it is exactly. It's just a flash of black light. If it's not cutting off people's limbs, it's breaking their tendons and bones. 2 people's ears were also cut off. Yes, and, at this point, the two of them had a strange expression. They were gloating and almost laughed out loud. They said, Fatty Nyo from the west of the city went to rape women at night. The thing under him was also, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha." Banner Master Gao's expression changed slightly. He said, "Could it be an expert from the Jianghu? Or an expert from the Righteous Alliance?" The two of them laughed and said, "We don't know about this. However, I don't think the Righteous Alliance would ignore us. Moreover, at first, we did suspect that it was an expert who had lost his martial arts. However, the black light appeared almost at the same time in the west and east of the city. Even if it was an expert in martial arts, it's impossible for him to attack in 2 places at the same time. What kind of lightness skill was that? Hey, there's actually such a strange thing. Could it be that several experts from the Jianghu attacked at the same time?" "Ah!" The two of them couldn't help but shrink their necks. They said, "Pingyang City is already the territory of the Righteous Alliance. Such a big sect that could even destroy the Misty School. How could they allow other experts to act arrogantly in Pingyang City? This, even a fool may be right. What you said makes sense. Forget it. Anyway, Commander Master has more or less collected the amount. It should be time to hand over the order. Sigh, I just don't know why Commander Master dares to let us do these things under the nose of the Righteous Alliance. It's really hard to understand." The person who spoke first laughed and said, "Banner Master Gao, I don't know about this. That day, I specially asked Blind Man Fan. Guess what he said? Banner Master Gao was unhappy again. He snorted and sniffled again. Inconspicuously, he rubbed his feet on the ground a few times. The person next to him laughed and said, "Don't blame him, Banner Master." Blind Man Fan only said one thing: "The most dangerous place is the safest place." Banner Master Gao said disdainfully, "Everyone can say this. Do you think I don't know? If you don't have enough skills, everywhere is a dangerous place. This only shows that our commander is highly skilled in martial arts and wise. Commander Master is mighty." The two of them quickly shouted. "Sure," Banner Master Gao said, "keep your voices down. Don't attract the attention of others." As he spoke, he sniffled. He couldn't help but raise his feet to take a closer look. The two of them laughed and said, "Is Banner Master Gao tired? Let us massage your legs for you." Banner Master Gao was sweating profusely. He waved his hands and said, "No, I'm not tired at all. It's just that, where did this stench come from? I don't think I stepped on any dog shit. You guys wouldn't have stepped on it even if you drove here. This." The two of them looked at each other in dismay. One of them said cautiously, "That. Banner Master, it's not that you stepped on dog shit. It's that the carriage that we came on was loaded with big shit." Big shit. Banner Master Gao was stunned. He said, "Why did you guys give up on your great career as a pawn and change your profession to digging for big shit?" At this time, Zhong Xiaohua had already followed them to the entrance of the village. She left the David's deer in the field and floated down. She looked around carefully. With a sway of her body, she used the earth escape to the side of the small courtyard. She hid herself and stuck out her ears from the corner of the wall to listen carefully. The smarter man laughed and said, "Banner Master Gao, you should take a look at the goods first. Then you'll know the reason." Hey! Banner Master Gao was puzzled. What did this thing have to do with big shit? However, he still pinched his nose and walked to the front of the carriage. He saw that the man activated some mechanism on the carriage. In the middle of the carriage, where there was some feces and urine, there was a small crack. Through the crack, some clothes could be seen. Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly saw a thin little girl wearing beautiful clothes. Instantly, Zhong Xiaohua's heart understood. It seemed that she was really lucky. Just when she was about to give up, she actually met the right person. If she wasn't wrong, it should be this group of people who kidnapped Little Orange. Sigh, Little Orange wasn't destined to die yet. However, Zhong Xiaohua was as puzzled as Banner Master Gao. Although she was very suspicious of this big shit carriage and used her divine sense to scan it, why didn't she find any clues? She had to admit that this carriage's mechanism was very well hidden. The man carried the little girl out of the mechanism of the carriage. The little girl's eyes were tightly shut and her breathing was even. She must have been drugged with some kind of drug. Banner Master Gao looked at the little girl and couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he really couldn't see how this little girl had anything to do with this big shit carriage. This specially made carriage used to transport some secret items. It was reasonable that this little girl was hidden in the mechanism. However, what did she have to do with this stinky big shit? After thinking for a moment, Banner Master Gao's eyes lit up. He said, "The two of you actually used this big shit to cover your tracks. Could it be that the so-called legend of Lunar Shadow in Pingyang City made you so afraid?" Hearing this, the two of them gave him a thumbs up and said, "Banner Master Gao, you're really smart." Sigh, Banner Master Gao was unhappy again. -3. Chapter 398. Sigh, how can you flatter your leader like this? Banner Master Gao was speechless. Fortunately, the Prime Minister is magnanimous, so Banner Master Gao couldn't take them seriously. The clever man said, "Banner Master Gao is wise. That legend of Moon Shadow is only one aspect. This legend has forced us not to work at night. But since you've been urging us, we have no choice but to work during the day." You guys are really bold. Banner Master Gao looked at his two loyal lackeys and laughed. "How dare you kidnap someone on the streets? Old Dog Fan is blind. TSK, Who knows how many lost lambs he has fooled. The man took the opportunity to say, it's all because of Banner Master Gao and Commander Ling's good leadership. That's why we were so bold. Good, good. I understand your intentions. Banner Master Gao was very pleased. He asked, then, what's the other aspect? That should be the main point. You're wise. Look at this little girl. What's the difference between her and the girls in the past? Banner Master Gao sighed. It's very unwise to question your superiors like this. However, he still took a closer look. Then, he slapped the man's face and said angrily, this child's skin is soft and tender. She's also wearing silk and satin. She's obviously different from the girls in the past. Needless to say, it must be you guys who were bold enough to kidnap the child of a wealthy family. How many times have I told you? Although the head commander is urging us, it's best that we don't provoke the children of these wealthy families. Who knows which one of them has connections with the higher-ups? If we cause trouble, not only will all our previous contributions be erased, we might even lose our own lives. The man was hurt but didn't dare to make a sound. The other man immediately stepped forward and said, don't worry, Banner Master Gao. Firstly, this girl is rich and she's not a noble. I don't think she'll cause trouble. Secondly, I've always been reliable. You know this too. How can I let anyone have something against me? I saw that the 4 gates of Pingyang City were guarded by soldiers. So, I got a big dung cart and secretly gave the guards 2 taels of silver. That guy let me out. Haha, he was bought over with just 2 taels of silver. That's really cheap. Oh. Banner Master Gao was interested. He said, tell me, which family is this girl from? How did you get your hands on her? The man smiled and said, actually, it's quite a coincidence. Didn't I hook up with an attractive kitchen maid at a rich merchant's house in the east of the city? A few days ago, I didn't dare to go out to do anything, so I let Blind Fan set up his stall alone while I went to the east of the city to have some fun. In the end, I didn't find any fun, but I heard 2 little brats fighting over this little girl in the back garden of the rich merchant's house. One said that he was this little girl's older brother and that he should take good care of her, while the other said that he was this little girl's younger brother and that they should treat each other intimately. Tell me, Bannerman Gao, how can this rich merchant's child know how to hook up with girls at such a young age? Banner Master Gao coughed and didn't answer. The man chuckled and continued, I heard this girl ask them how they knew her birthday. I heard the older child say, you are born on the 7th day of the 7th month. You are the most charming because of the 7-7 technique. Of course, I know. You say, Banner Master Gao, isn't this a case of traveling far and wide looking for something only to find it without any effort? We worked so hard to get a blind man to find out her birth characters, but I was able to find her just because I wanted to have some fun. Isn't this a credit given to me by the heavens? So, I jumped out without saying a word and knocked the 3 little brats out. I carried this girl and left. Oh. Banner Master Gao smiled and said, you are quite lucky. We haven't found anything suitable for you for many days, but you found it so quickly. Looks like you can't avoid the reward from the commander. The man grinned and said, it's just that the city gates have been closely guarded by the officials these few days. I couldn't deliver it in time. I've made Banner Master Gao wait for a long time. Oh. It's okay. Banner Master Gao said generously, I'm just giving you directions. You have to work hard for everything. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked, what did you say just now? There are soldiers guarding the city gates of Pingyang City? Yes, Banner Master Gao. I made it very clear just now. It's because those soldiers have gone crazy and are guarding the city gates. They made things difficult for me and I didn't dare to take the risk. That's why I delivered it so late. You. Banner Master Gao didn't know what to say. He asked, do you know how long it has been since there were soldiers guarding the city gates? The man scratched his head and said, I've been in Pingyang City for more than 4 years, but I don't think I've seen anyone guarding the city. That's right. Don't you think there's a reason why the city gate is suddenly being watched so tightly after 4 years without anyone guarding it? Banner Master Gao, you can just say what you want to say. I'm stupid. How would I know about the affairs of the soldiers? Maybe the officials are just doing an inspection and are just putting on an act. Sigh. Banner Master Gao looked as if he expected better from them. He said, "Didn't you contact this girl?" Ah! At this moment, the two men realized what was going on. They looked at each other and their eyes were filled with fear. They said in a trembling voice, "Is it because we kidnapped this little girl? But she's just a relative of a wealthy merchant. I'm sure that this wealthy merchant only has a little bit of relationship with the officials. I heard this from the cook." Banner Master Gao shook his head and looked at the two men who were ignorant and fearless. He said, "Fortunately, you actually knew how to use money to trick the soldiers into letting you go. If you were caught by them, you wouldn't have any chance of survival." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and realized that something was wrong. However, he couldn't figure out what it was. He couldn't help but frown and think hard. The two men realized that they had gotten into big trouble. They looked at the little girl in their hands and didn't know if they should carry her or throw her away. At this moment, Banner Master Gao suddenly asked in a loud voice, "You said that you gave 2 coins of broken silver to the soldiers?" "Yes," the man replied. "I won against them last night and gave it to them casually." Banner Master Gao, "You don't have to worry about it. Consider it my own allowance and you don't have to reimburse me." Pa. Banner Master Gao's slap landed on the other side of the man's face. The man was puzzled. He didn't want the organization to fork out money, so he had to fork out money for nothing. Was that wrong? Looking at the man's confused expression, Banner Master Gao angrily scolded, "You're an idiot. Don't you know that you're pretending to be a farmer in the countryside? Don't you have a brain? Who in this farmer's yard would pay 2 coins for a cart of dung? Even if it's 2 coins, they would have to think twice." Ah! The two men were dumbfounded. Of course, which farmer would be stupid enough to pay money for a few buckets of dung? If the crops irrigated by this manure were gold, it might be possible. Then, what should we do? One of the men asked. The other man said, "It doesn't matter. We threw the dung in the forest by the side of the road before we reached the fork in the road. They probably won't be able to find this place." Banner Master Gao raised his hand. The man had already noticed it and immediately turned his head to the side to avoid it. However, the old man waved his hand and another crisp slap was heard. Banner Master Gao angrily said, "You idiot. The smell of dung is so strong. How could it not leave a trace and smell on the road? You're causing trouble for me." After he finished speaking, he took the little girl from the man's hands. The man said, "All right, then we'll send her back. Perhaps there won't be any problems." Banner Master Gao sneered and said, "You think it's easy. This child is in our hands. The officials won't let us off easily. It's too late to send her over now. In any case, your master's martial arts are superb. Why should we be afraid of the officials? It'll be our merit if we send her back to your master. Let him deal with this troublesome burden." That's right. Banner Master Gao is wise. The two men were not stingy with their flattery. "All right. Since that's the case, let's leave quickly. The sooner we leave, the better." After he finished speaking, Banner Master Gao was about to leave with the little girl under his arm. The two men immediately called out, "Banner Master Gao, you're a master who comes and goes, but we don't know lightness techniques. What should we do?" Banner Master Gao pointed at the inferior horses in the carriage and said, "You brought 1 horse. There's another in the stable behind my house. Each of you will take 1 horse. I'll take the goods and use my lightness techniques to travel. What do you think?" Ah! The two men were so moved that snot and tears flowed out of their noses. They said, "Banner Master Gao is indeed virtuous. You love your subordinates so much. You'd rather walk by yourself and give the horses to us. We're so touched." Banner Master Gao smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. I've always loved my soldiers like my children. Work hard in the future and bring my spirit to greater heights. I'm going to walk, so I'll go first. You can ride your horses and follow me." Seeing the two men nod, Banner Master Gao exerted force with his feet and leaped onto the roof, shooting toward the west like lightning. The two men in the courtyard had looks of envy on their faces. They hurriedly unloaded the horses from the carriage and led them to the stable behind the house. When the two men got on their horses and galloped toward the south, a slender shadow suddenly appeared in the quiet courtyard. It was hero Zhong Xiaohua, who had been eavesdropping for a long time. Standing in the courtyard and smelling the faint stench, Zhong Xiaohua frowned. Banner Master Gao was right. With such a strong stench, if the soldiers were to chase after them, there was no way they wouldn't come here. However, it was already late. Should she chase them south or not? Even if she chased them, wouldn't she still fall asleep at midnight? How could she keep up with them? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly discovered something with her divine sense. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. -3. Chapter 399. Just as Zhong Xiaohua was wondering if he should chase after him, his divine sense suddenly detected that Banner Master Gao, who had already run out of the village, suddenly turned around and hid behind a huge pile of firewood by the side of the road. Not long after, two burly men on two horses galloped past the road. As they walked, they said, "Banner Master Gao's martial arts are indeed extraordinary. He disappeared in such a short time. He's even faster than a horse. Oh, and he's even bringing someone with him. Ari, who knows how long it'll take for us brothers to reach such a level of cultivation." In the dark night, the sound of the horses' hooves was quite loud and traveled quite a distance. When the two horses were far away, Banner Master Gao finally came out from behind the pile of firewood. Looking at the dark night, he turned around and actually headed back to the village. When Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense saw this, he was very surprised. Soon after, he understood that this Banner Master Gao really had some skills. Seeing that Banner Master Gao had returned to the small courtyard, Zhong Xiaohua quickly floated up to the wall and carefully bent down to observe his every move. He saw that Banner Master Gao had the little girl under his arm and didn't let go. He only went into the house to tidy up and put away some things. This time, he left the house without even closing the door and floated back into the house. Zhong Xiaohua thought to himself, "This guy is really cautious. But with his movements, I still have to chase after him." Thinking this, he wasn't in a hurry. With his divine sense monitoring him, he guessed that Banner Master Gao wouldn't be able to escape. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua released his divine sense while heading toward the village entrance. He wanted to call out to Huan Huan, but after just 2 steps, a smile appeared on his face again. Of course, Banner Master Gao couldn't continue running after reaching the north side of the village. Instead, he went downstairs to another clean courtyard and entered it. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. This popular phrase instantly appeared in Zhong Xiaohua's mind. Zhong Xiaohua came to the entrance of the village and pulled Huan Huan to sit on the pile of firewood at the entrance of the village. She used her spiritual perception to observe for a long time and did not see any movement from Banner Master Gao. Presumably, he would be resting here tonight. This was exactly what Zhong Xiaohua wanted. He also went into the pile of firewood and closed his eyes to cultivate. The next day, Zhong Xiaohua woke up. Before she even opened her eyes, she heard the clamor of people and horses outside. Zhong Xiaohua released her divine sense and saw that the small village had already been surrounded by many armed soldiers. The small courtyard where Bannerman Gao had appeared earlier had already been discovered. Many soldiers were searching inside. Moreover, there were small groups of soldiers knocking on each door, as if they were searching each house. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua inwardly cursed. With such a commotion, Banner Master Gao must have already fled. When she turned her divine sense to the courtyard where Banner Master Gao had been last night, she found that he was still sleeping soundly. Hey! Zhong Xiaohua was puzzled. How could this guy be so calm? After carefully observing the movements of the soldiers, Zhong Xiaohua nodded inwardly. Indeed, Zhong Xiaohua had always despised the government. She thought that the government was full of worms and incompetent people who didn't need to be taken seriously. However, with her divine sense, she saw that there were many skilled soldiers among the soldiers surrounding the entrance of the village. Moreover, there were a few people with white hair and dressed in official robes. They were carefully looking at the ground and muttering something. Then, as if they had reached a consensus, they walked towards another person on a horse. The person on the horse seemed to be an official. After hearing their suggestion, he frowned and shouted something loudly. Thus, the soldiers who were searching the houses immediately stopped disturbing the villagers and gathered at the entrance of the village. When the soldiers were in formation, the official waved his hand and the entire group of soldiers headed west of the village. Wasn't that the direction the two of them had ridden to last night? However, before the official left, he looked around the entrance of the village as if he was looking for something. It was only when everyone had left that he patted his horses and chased after them. After a while, this small village with an unknown name quieted down again. In an instant, Zhong Xiaohua's admiration for this banner master Gao surged like a torrential river. This guy was really smart. Last night, he had fainted a shot and then slept soundly in his room. Just like that, he had shaken off the pursuing soldiers. This was similar to the trick Zhong Xiaohua had played in the small town in front of Tanhe City. However, looking at his mentality and maturity, Zhong Xiaohua could only hope to catch up. In an instant, Zhong Xiaohua seemed to understand that sometimes, things in this world couldn't be completely solved by force. She also immediately became more wary of this banner master Gao who didn't seem very powerful. Sure enough, less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea after the soldiers had left, Bannerman Gao woke up. He walked out of the door and listened carefully before returning to the courtyard. He found a shabby carriage and pulled out a small donkey from the backyard. He put the donkey on the carriage and then returned to the house. Nobody knew where he found the girl, but he carried her out and casually placed her in the carriage. Just as Zhong Xiaohua was watching with great interest and secretly pondering and seriously studying, a man dressed in martial arts clothes suddenly appeared at the entrance of the village where the military official had been standing. He was even pulling a handsome red horse with him. As he walked, he looked around in a flamboyant manner, as if he was very strange. That man was still mumbling, "What's going on? I just had diarrhea, and all these people are gone. Cousin too, why didn't he tell me when he left? Where did they all go?" Zhong Xiaohua carefully identified the person, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was an old friend. He hadn't seen him for a long time, and Zhong Xiaohua had a special affinity with him. Wasn't this Deity, the eldest young master of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, who had studied together with Zhong Xiaohu in the martial arts training center? Speaking of the great young master Zhong Xiaohua, he indeed had an affinity with Zhong Xiaohua. On the way to Pingyang City to practice martial arts, this fellow had met the two brothers Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu together with Li Jinfeng and Yu Lun. They had even entered the city in the same carriage. When Yu Dei was practicing martial arts at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, he had used his family's heirloom cinnabar palm to injure Zhong Xiaohua's right hand. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhong Xiaohua's fist of the North Star had the effect of tempering the bones, it was likely that Zhong Xiaohua's right hand would still be unable to exert any strength. Also, during the martial arts exhibition at the Misty School, Zhong Xiaohua and Yu Dei met again. However, their results were completely different. Zhong Xiaohua had passed several rounds consecutively while Yu Dei had returned empty-handed, losing all face. Of course, because the results were different, the two of them didn't know each other's battle results. After the martial arts exhibition, they hadn't met again. It had been 5 years since then. Looking at Yu Dei, Zhong Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. Yes, it was purely a smile of seeing an old friend. It was as if he didn't remember that he had been injured by someone back then. At this time, Banner Master Gao had also gotten on a donkey cart and was heading towards the village entrance. If there were no accidents, the two of them would meet very soon. Putting aside Yu Dei's current martial arts and whether he could be a match for Banner Master Gao, even if Yu Dei could easily take down Banner Master Gao, it would still spoil Zhong Xiaohua's plan of setting a long line to catch a big fish. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua absolutely wouldn't allow Yu Dei to spoil his plans. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Xiaohua took out a large handkerchief from his bosom and covered his face. With a twist of his body, he used Earth Escape to appear behind Yu Dei. He reached out and grabbed the back of Yu Dei's neck. In a low and hoarse voice, he said, "Brother, if you want to live, then don't speak. Pull on your date red horse and follow me." Then, without waiting for Yu Dei's response, he grabbed his neck and pulled him back. Yu Dei was looking around when he was suddenly grabbed and threatened. Moreover, there was an irresistible force pulling him back. How could he dare to resist? He didn't even dare to speak. He walked backwards while pulling on his date red horse. Before long, the two people and the horse arrived at the village entrance behind several large piles of firewood. At this time, Banner Master Gao happened to be driving his donkey cart out of the village. He stopped at the village entrance for a moment and looked around before heading east. He was going in the opposite direction of the other two people from last night. The donkey cart was moving very slowly. It seemed that Banner Master Gao wasn't in a hurry. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua used his divine sense to slowly follow him. For a short while, he wouldn't be able to escape from his surveillance. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua only let go of his hand when the donkey cart was gradually far away. When Yu Dei felt the person behind him let go, he immediately did a somersault and dodged far away. At the same time, he drew his sword from his waist and pointed it at Yu Dei. He said sternly, "Who are you? Not only are you masked, you even dared to sneak an attack from behind. What are your intentions?" When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, he was secretly amused. He lowered his voice and said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" In fact, Zhong Xiaohua's action was unnecessary. When he first met Yu Dei, he was about 14 years old. It was the time when a child's voice changed. Now that he was 18 years old, his voice had already become deeper and was not as sharp as before. Even if he spoke normally, Yu Dei might not be able to recognize him. When Yu Dei heard the other party's question, he frowned and said, "I am Yi Deu, the brother-in-law of the leader of the 4th Troop of the city guards under the Pingyang city garrison. I followed him here to suppress the bandits. How dare you kidnap me halfway? Be careful, I will ask my brother-in-law to send troops to kill you." In the end, he was no longer confident. "Yi Deu? Suppress the bandits?" Zhong Xiaohua was laughing in his heart, but his face was serious. He said, "Oh, so you are from the government. You are here to suppress the bandits, not to kidnap a girl. Forget it then. You go your way and I will go mine. Let's just pretend that you did not see me today." When he finished speaking, Zhong Xiaohua pretended to leave. When Yu Dei heard this, he was not willing to let him go. He shouted, "That thief you, don't tell me you are the person who kidnapped my niece." As Yu Dei said this, he wanted to draw his sword but did not dare to. He looked around, as if looking for help. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Your niece?" Yu Dei looked around and saw that there was no one around. He could only say, "That's right. That girl is from the government. If you know her background, you have to tell me honestly." -3. Chapter 400. At this time, Banner Master Gao's donkey cart had already traveled for a while. Zhong Xiaohua was afraid of delaying the important matter, so she said, "I'll tell you the truth. Your brother-in-law's group has already traveled west. They seem to have found some useful clues. Moreover, I'm not the thief who kidnapped your niece. If you want to find your brother-in-law, you can go west." When Yu Dei heard this, she turned her head to look at the small path to the west. She slowly walked in that direction, but she said, "Since you're not the thief, how do you know that I'm looking for a girl?" Zhong Xiaohua laughed in her belly, but she said, "Yes, this is what I want to tell you. If you want to find your niece, then don't go west." "Hey!" Yu Dei curiously stopped in her tracks and asked, "Why is that?" "Because that's the thief's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The people in the west are just small fries. The real thief is riding on a donkey cart." "Ah!" Yu Dei said in surprise, "How do you know?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled, "When I pulled you over just now, that thief drove his cart out of the village. He went straight east. Why didn't I see him?" Yu Dei was surprised. "Because I'm taller than you. This Seeing that the masked man in front of her was only a few fingers taller than her, Yu Dei was speechless. This didn't seem to be a very accurate reason. Then why didn't you stop him? Your martial arts aren't good enough. The two of us should be enough, right? Why don't you chase after him, and I'll go report to my brother-in-law? Zhong Xiaohua shook his head and said, if I stop him, then I can only save your niece. I won't be able to save anyone else. Moreover, if you go and report the news now, not to mention whether you'll be able to find that thief when you return, it won't be easy for you to find his nest. Yu Dei was also a smart person. She immediately understood Zhong Xiaohua's meaning. Then you mean to say that we should follow that donkey cart? Just the two of us? Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself, nonsense, do you think I want to take you there? If it weren't for the fact that you'd run into Banner Master Jiao just now, and if it weren't for the fact that you'd report to your brother-in-law, who we don't even know if it's true or not, would I have taken you there? His face was expressionless as he nodded. There must be a lot of people in the thieves' lair. Just the two of us might not be a match for them. I think we should inform my brother-in-law first. Zhong Xiaohua stared at him coldly without saying a word. Seeing this, Yu Dei felt a chill in his heart and immediately said, fine, since your distinguished self's martial arts are so strong, then fine, this one will also risk his life to accompany you. This one will follow you into the wolf's den. Yu Dei understood that this man would definitely not let him go. If he did not follow him, he might be killed immediately. The feeling of being grabbed by the back of his neck was very uncomfortable. Good, very good. This is Brother Yi's own initiative, I did not force you. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, furthermore, aren't you going there for your niece? Your intentions are commendable. Yu Dei secretly curled his lips. Zhong Xiaohua let out a long whistle and the 4 deer Huan galloped over from outside the village. When it got close, Zhong Xiaohua floated up and said with a smile, Brother Yi, why don't you get on the horse? Yu Dei stared at the mule dumbfoundedly and did not say anything for a long time. Finally, he asked, your distinguished self, you're going to ride this? Can you catch up to that donkey cart? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, isn't it just a donkey cart? It's not a carriage, so why can't we catch up? They were also speechless. That's right, didn't he just say that it was a donkey cart? Using a mule to chase a donkey was exactly the right thing to do. After thinking for a moment, he sheathed his sword and mounted his horse. With a shake of the reins, the date red horse galloped forward. After traveling for a while, Yu Dei heard a voice behind him, Brother Yi, it's better to slow down. With this speed, we can catch up with the donkey cart very quickly. It's better for us to stay far away from it. What do you think? When Yu Dei turned around, her eyeballs almost fell out. That ugly mule was following closely behind her. The masked man was sitting cross-legged on top of it. Looking at the mule's appearance, he seemed to be handling it with ease. Was this still a mule? After Yu Dei recovered from his shock, he immediately stopped looking down on it and followed Zhong Xiaohua's instructions to slow down the speed of the horse. Thus, 1 horse and 1 mule slowly moved forward on the small road. Zhong Xiaohua knew what was going on, but Yu Dei could not. From the time he arrived at the entrance of the village until he was tricked by Zhong Xiaohua to the small road, he did not see any trace of the donkey cart. How could he be at ease? He could not help but look at Zhong Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes and thought to himself, could it be that this guy's target is the handsome me? Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. But he saw that the masked man did not even look at him. Instead, he closed his eyes and did not know what he was thinking. He also did not seem to be interested in him. He hoped that he was wrong. Sure enough, after a while, Zhong Xiaohua said, this guy is really cunning. Then, the two of them continued to move forward. When they passed the fork in the road, Zhong Xiaohua did not hesitate and directly went to another fork in the road to the south. Yu Dei was shocked. How did this guy know to go south? Could it be that he could see further from a high place? He was not that much shorter than him. But soon, he understood that this guy was not alone. He must have his helpers ahead of him and they must have marked the road ahead. So, he was no longer afraid. Since he had helpers, He did not need to be a lone hero. All the way to the south, in the direction of Lu Town. Moreover, this time, they actually walked for as long as 2 days. Fortunately, Bannerman Gao on the donkey cart did not travel at night. He also traveled in the morning and slept at night. Most of the time, he slept in the night or in the wild. This was good as well. It saved Zhong Xiaohua the trouble of searching for him. But the drowsiness at night was annoying. Zhong Xiaohua had to find a reason to go far away and find a suitable place to sleep. She could only appear the next day. But fortunately, Yu Dei was tactful. She knew that they were already far away from Pingyang City and she had nothing to rely on. She could only follow this mysterious swordsman. And this swordsman indeed had the same idea as her, which was to save people. So, he listened to Zhong Xiaohua's arrangements and did not run away or act on his own. This afternoon, the donkey cart moved slightly to the east and entered a small path. The speed of the donkey cart was obviously faster. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. She immediately used her divine perception to scan ahead. Indeed, there was an extremely quiet village ahead. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. She guessed that this was Bannerman Gao's destination. Zhong Xiaohua said to Yu Dei, "Brother Yi, hurry up. I see that it's already late. I wonder if there's a place to stay ahead." Yu Dei was stunned. She immediately looked up at the sky and thought to herself, it's already early. How can it be late? Could it be that this person is talking in his sleep? He seems to be resting with his eyes closed every day. He must be suffering from insomnia at night. But she said, "I'll listen to the swordsman's instructions." Zhong Xiaohua laughed in her heart. She did not reply. She patted Huan's bald head and asked it to speed up. Not long after Bannerman Gao entered the village, the two of them also arrived at a place not far from the village. From afar, they could see the village on the other side of the forest. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and pointed out, "Brother Yi, this small path in the mountain seems to be leading to this village. If I'm not mistaken, the donkey cart must have entered it. Tell me, since it's a small path for people to walk on, do you think that there will be people watching us from the inside?" Yu Dei's heart trembled. She shrunk her neck and said, "Swordsman, can they see us?" "I don't think so. We haven't reached the end of the small path yet. They can't be clairvoyant." Yu Dei listened and let out a long sigh. "That's good. But how are we going to enter the tiger's den? We'll still have to listen to the swordsman's instructions." Zhong Xiaohua looked at the obedient Yu Dei in front of her. He was no longer as arrogant as he was in front of her a few years ago. She turned to look at the village in the distance and said, "This is easy. You can stay here and keep a lookout for me. I'll go and take a look. If there's anything strange or if there's anything, I'll inform you. What do you think?" "Ah, I see." Yu Dei was surprised when he heard that he did not need to be a lone hero. He only needed to stay at the side to keep a lookout. He could not help but have doubts in his heart. This person brought me here from Pingyang City just to keep a lookout for me? This is unbelievable. Could it be that there's a trap? Seeing Yu Dei's hesitation, Zhong Xiaohua said, "Why don't Brother Yi go in by himself? I'll stay here and keep a lookout for you." Yu Dei smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Hero, you should go in by yourself. My martial arts skills are limited. It's better for me to stay here and keep a lookout." His tone was far from the high-spirited person he used to be. Zhong Xiaohua found it strange. "Haha, that's right." Anyone who lost their confidence after being beaten up by a group of teenagers 5 years ago would be the same. After making the arrangements, Zhong Xiaohua no longer rode on the David's deer. She only used her qinggong and leaped onto the treetops. She leaned forward and moved forward. At this moment, banner leader Gao had already driven the donkey cart to the innermost part of the village, in front of a huge manor. The manor's gate was tightly shut. Banner leader Gao did not find it strange. He jumped off the donkey cart and walked to the front of the gate. He held the door knocker and knocked a few times rhythmically. The gate opened with a creaking sound and a burly man poked his head out. When he saw banner leader Gao, he frowned and said, "Banner leader Gao, why are you only here now?" Banner leader Gao quickly cupped his hands and said, "Steward Qi, I was delayed because of some mundane matters. However, I have brought the goods that the commander needs. I hope that Steward Chi can accommodate me." When Steward Chi heard this, he looked at the donkey cart outside and said with a smile, "Banner Leader Gao is still the best. You have completed the commander's order so early. Come, let's go to the Jiaomen. I will open the gate for Banner Leader Gao." Banner Leader Gao cupped his hands and went down the stairs. He drove the donkey cart to the Jiaomen. At this moment, the Jiaomen was already wide open. There was a projector wall facing the Jiaomen. On the projector wall, a huge tiger with a white forehead and white eyes was staring at the donkey cart that was entering the Jiaomen. "Please vote for me. Thank you." -3. Chapter 401. The manor was surrounded by forests. Many of them were pine trees that didn't shed their leaves even in the winter. They were there to conceal something. However, this was exactly what Zhong Xiaohua wanted. She hid herself in a corner and released her divine sense to carefully observe the surroundings. She saw a very large manor. It seemed to be as big as the entire village. The interior was indeed different from what Zhong Xiaohua had seen before. There were fields and houses in Huanxi Manor. The manor of the South Sea Flood Dragon King in Jingyu City also had mountains and rivers. However, this manor was mostly made up of small houses that looked very neat. Banner Master Gao drove the donkey cart through several crisscrossing paths and stopped in front of a large hall in the middle of the manor. Just as he was about to get off the cart, two men dressed in green came out of the large hall. When they saw Banner Master Gao, they said in surprise, "Banner Master Gao, why are you here again? Could it be that you've found some good goods?" When Banner Master Gao heard this, he smiled and said, "So it's Banner Master Liu and Banner Master Liang. Are you two also here to offer goods to the commander?" One of the men with a slightly dark face said, "That's not the case. The commander's requirements are a bit high. I really didn't find many suitable goods in my area. I was afraid that the commander would be anxious, so I came to explain to the commander first and ask him to give me more time." The other man also said, "My situation is similar to Banner Master Liu's. I only found a dozen or so people from before and didn't find anything else. A few days ago, I found one in town. However, before I could offer her to the commander, I ran into an expert and was saved." Su Liu also had his acupoints sealed and a group of people lit up a sky lantern. Hearing this, Banner Master Gao was stunned and said, "Why is Su Liu so unlucky? He actually ran into a group of experts." That Banner Master Liang smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know exactly how many there were. The people who lit up his sky lantern were only ordinary people in town. It's just that Su Liu's acupoints were sealed and he couldn't resist, so he was accidentally burned by the lantern." Banner Master Gao was speechless. Being killed by an expert could only mean that he wasn't skilled enough. Being killed by a group of ordinary people could only mean that he was unlucky. With a sorrowful expression, he said, "Poor Su Liu. Banner Master Liang has lost both his left and right arms. This number is much harder to come by." "That's right. Last night, I personally went to capture that girl and killed a few of her family members and neighbors. It can be considered as revenge for Su Liu. Sigh, Banner Lord Liang, you are truly benevolent and righteous. If Su Liu's spirit is still in the underworld, he will also thank you." When Banner Master Liang heard this, he was very happy and said, "Not at all. We're all brothers, so we naturally have to take revenge. Oh, that's right, I'm still missing a few. Do you have any extra?" Banner Master Gao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "If it were any other day, perhaps I could spare a few for Banner Master Liang. However, this brother has been in an eventful period in the city these past few days. A few strange things have happened, so I reckon that I won't be able to do anything in the short term. The last girl in the carriage was also obtained by this brother after taking a great risk and losing two brothers. Please forgive me, Banner Master Liang." When the two Banner Masters saw that Banner Master Gao was declining, they didn't continue to be long-winded. They cupped their hands and said, "Then congratulations to Banner Master Gao for completing the Command Master's order. Presumably, you will receive a generous reward. Let us congratulate you in advance. Banner Master Gao smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. I'm only serving the Command Master. I don't have to be greedy for merit. Banner Master Liang said, however, the Command Master isn't here today. Only the Vice Command Master is here. I'm afraid that Banner Master Gao will be disappointed. Oh, I see. Banner Master Gao indeed looked a little disappointed. He said, didn't the Command Master say that he would be here these past few days? This one. Before he could finish speaking, a dignified voice came from the main hall. Gao Xionglin, do I still have to report the Command Master's whereabouts to you? Banner Master Gao's expression was startled. He hurriedly bowed and said, Vice Command Master Dan, this one was wrong. This one shouldn't have thought too much. The two Banner Masters hurriedly bowed as well. At this moment, a tall man walked out from the main hall. He was also wearing a light green robe, and his hair was a little white. This person wore a bronze mask on his face, so his true appearance couldn't be seen. Why aren't the two of you hurrying off to do your business? Can't you see that there aren't many disciples in the manor? They've all gone off to do their business. Why are the two of you still standing here chatting? The masked Vice Command Master Dan said coldly. The two Banner Masters didn't dare to tarry. They bowed again and hurriedly left. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua had already hidden herself in the pine tree. She released her divine sense and saw Vice Command Master Dan standing at the main hall's entrance. Zhong Xiaohua frowned. She tried to use her divine sense to see through the bronze mask to see Vice Command Master Dan's true appearance. However, just as her divine sense was about to envelop Vice Command Master Dan, Vice Command Master Dan seemed to sense it. He suddenly raised his head and looked around in the air. Zhong Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. She hurriedly withdrew her divine sense and thought to herself, could it be that this person can sense divine sense? When Zhong Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense, Vice Command Master Dan also seemed to sense something. He frowned slightly and continued to look around in confusion. After a while, he didn't discover anything. He asked, Gao Xionglin, when you came here, was there anyone following you? When Banner Master Gao heard this, he immediately replied respectfully, I was cautious. Vice Command Master Dan should know that I took many detours to get here. I didn't even notice anyone following me. Even if there was someone following me, I would have shaken him off long ago. Millimeter, Vice Command Master Dan replied. However, he still wasn't completely at ease. He activated his inner energy and magnified his senses to check carefully. He then said, perhaps I was overthinking. Oh, right. You said that Pingyang City isn't very peaceful. What is it? Tell me about it. Banner Master Gao smiled and said, Vice Command Master Dan, please take a seat inside. I will pass the girl in the carriage to you and tell you about it in detail. How about that? All right, Gao Xionglin. You just like to scheme. Vice Command Master Dan smiled and said, aren't you just afraid that I won't reward you? Come. Put the girl in the back hall and tell me in detail about the strange incident. Then, I will give you the reward that Vice Command Master Dan promised. Really? Banner Master Gao was overjoyed. Thank you, Vice Command Master Dan. After he finished speaking, he turned around and carried the little girl out of the carriage and followed Vice Command Master Dan into the main hall. Zhong Xiaohua thought that her supernatural awareness had been seen through and did not dare to release it again. After thinking for a moment, she didn't dare to stay any longer. She jumped down from the ground and used the earth escape technique to reach Yu Dei's hiding place. She found a place where she could hide from him and walked to Yu Dei. Brother Yi. Yu Dei hurriedly asked, Hero, did you manage to find out what happened in front? Zhong Xiaohua told Yu Dei about what she saw in the manor just now. Finally, she said, there are indeed a few experts in the manor. I reckon that the two of us might not be their match. Can you see if you can find some helpers? Helpers? Yu Dei was puzzled. Where did the helpers that you sent go? Him. Zhong Xiaohua said, he left earlier. I don't know where he is now. Then where do you want me to find helpers? Yu Dei asked. Sigh, How would I know? Now that I think about it, it might not be a bad thing to lure your brother-in-law here. Hero, it's useless to regret now. However, I have an idea. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes lit up. What is it? Tell me about it. I have a command arrow for the deployment of soldiers from Pingyang City. I received it when I went to the village to exterminate the bandits. With this command arrow, I can deploy some soldiers to the towns and cities around Pingyang City that are guarded by soldiers. However, I don't know where we are and which town is the closest to here. It's impossible to go back to Pingyang City now. Zhong Xiaohua laughed in her heart. If it's Pingyang City, I won't know. However, this journey seems to be in the same direction as my journey from Lu Town to Pingyang City. I've just passed by here. How can I forget? Then, Zhong Xiaohua pretended to be deep in thought. After a while, she said, from what I remember, there seems to be a town called Lu Town in the southwest from here. It should be half a day's journey. With Brother Yi's speed, you should be able to reach it in the middle of the night. Of course. With my speed, with my mount's speed, there shouldn't be a problem. Good. Brother Yi, I'll leave the task of returning to Lu Town to mobilize the soldiers to you. I'll stay here to keep an eye on them. If they do anything strange, send your niece to another place. I'll leave a message here. What do you think? Deity cursed in his heart. Look at the situation now. Alright, you still have to mobilize the soldiers. If you didn't let me do it earlier and saved her, we would have returned to Pingyang City long ago. But now, the one with the bigger fist was right. He didn't dare to raise any objections. He cupped his hands and said, then, I'll have to trouble you. I'll go and mobilize the soldiers now. I think I'll be able to return by tomorrow morning. During this time, please keep an eye on these bandits. Don't let my niece go missing. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, don't worry. If anything happens, even if I don't save my own people, I'll save your niece first. How about that? Deity didn't care whether he believed it or not. He still cupped his hands and said, thank you, hero. I'll go now. After he finished speaking, he mounted his horse and lashed out with his horsewhip. The purplish-red horse's hooves flew as it galloped along the small path. When Deity was far away, Zhong Xiaohua sat cross-legged and pondered carefully. Ever since she cultivated her divine perception, no one had ever found out about it. How did it get discovered today? Could it be that martial artists who cultivated to an extremely high level would also have divine perception? However, that day under the lava on the deserted island, when her divine perception came into contact with the monster with huge eyes, it was different from what she felt from the bronze-masked man today. Perhaps, this bronze-masked man didn't have divine perception. But, could he feel that she was using her divine perception to observe? Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. If that was the case, she couldn't use her divine perception. What should she do? -3. Chapter 402. Zhong Xiaohua's guess was right. Martial arts were modified from the way of the immortals. Many skills and supernatural powers were based on the way of the immortals. Divine sense was a supernatural power unique to the way of the immortals. Martial artists were unable to absorb qi into their bodies and could only use the yuan qi of the heavens and earth to acquire divine sense. However, they knew the wonders of divine sense. In the past 10,000 years, many talented martial artists had cultivated their internal energy to the peak according to the records in the ancient books. They were able to sense everything within a few feet of them. Although the deputy commander of the manor wore a bronze mask and did not want anyone to know his true face, he was still a famous figure in the Jianghu. Of course, even if he did not wear the mask, Zhong Xiaohua would not recognize him. This person's internal energy had also been cultivated to a certain level. That was why he could sense the abnormalities around him. Of course, this was only a slight flutter in his heart. If it was really as Zhong Xiaohua thought and he could sense someone using divine sense to spy on him, this deputy commander would still need to cultivate for more than 10 years. However, his abnormal behavior put Zhong Xiaohua in a difficult position. His original plan was to use his divine sense to find the girls who were imprisoned in the manor. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to rescue them. If Little Orange was in the manor, that would be great. If not, he would have to find someone alive and interrogate them properly. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua raised his head to look at the manor that could be vaguely seen on the other side of the pine forest. His heart was filled with excitement. This old man with the bronze mask is obviously the leader of the manor. Since he can sense my divine sense, he should be a master of martial arts. Ever since I returned from the deserted island, none of the opponents I encountered were able to withstand a single blow from him. I don't know how good my martial arts are. If I can exchange a few blows with this person, it will be a test for me. Since ancient times, there have been many heroes in the Jianghu. Who would have thought that a country boy like me would have the qualifications to compete with a master of the Jianghu? Life is so fast. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua almost had the urge to charge into the manor and challenge the old man with the bronze mask. However, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but laugh. It seemed that her temperament was still not tempered enough. The most important thing now was to find Little Orange, rescue the girls in the manor, and compete with the bronze-masked old man in martial arts. Which time was not good. Zhong Xiaohua patted the head of the David's deer and took the long sword from Huan's back. But after thinking for a while, she put it back. She only had 2 weapons now, one was a long sword and the other was a small sword. The small sword could be kept in her bosom, but the long sword could not be. But in the future, when she roamed the Jianghu, she would definitely see a weapon. The small sword could be activated, which was a cultivation method of immortality. It was her secret and could not be revealed. Otherwise, she would immediately become the target of the entire Jianghu. So the long sword was her only choice. In today's trip to the manor, there were many opponents and she was alone. However, she knew that there were tigers in the mountain, but she still went to the mountain. If she only relied on her long sword, she might not be able to succeed. She would have to rely on the cultivation method of immortality, or even the escape method to be effective. Instead of that, she might as well use the small sword directly. Zhong Xiaohua put the long sword away and tidied the handkerchief on her face. She thought to herself, that guy's bronze mask is not bad. I should take the time to take it. How cool it is to wear it. She took a deep breath as if to encourage herself. Her body flew diagonally and went straight to the pine forest beside her. When Zhong Xiaohua arrived at the tree where she was hiding, she thought for a moment and jumped down from the tree. She made a hand seal and her body entered the ground, heading towards the manor. Not long after, Zhong Xiaohua's head popped out from the side of a small house. Just as her body appeared, she heard a series of GU sounds. Then, there was a series of ling sounds. A flock of grey pigeons flew out from the house beside Zhong Xiaohua's. This gave Zhong Xiaohua a fright. Before she could steady herself, she immediately made another hand seal and escaped to another place. When they were far enough away from the room, they saw 2 men dressed in martial arts attire running out of a house. They looked at the pigeons circling above the house and then carefully looked around. One of the men shouted, "Old Seven, did you see anything?" Old Seven also replied, "No, there's nothing. There's not even a footprint. This is strange. Why did the pigeons fly out of nowhere? Oh, maybe it's a mouse in the house. Didn't Grandpa Shu's cat scare this flock of pigeons last year? Maybe. In any case, it's fine as long as there's no one." No one. If there was someone, the brothers in the front yard would have discovered him long ago. Why would they let him run here? Brother Zhong, if you said this before the new year, you wouldn't be wrong. But now, all the brothers are out looking for people for the commander. Where is the previous strict security? Brother Zhong smiled and said, "Let's go. We're just pawns. We don't even have the task of looking for people. I really don't understand why our commander needs so many girls. Even if he's a groom every night, he doesn't need to be in such a hurry to get 77 girls, right?" Then, he hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Moreover, many of the girls he got are only a few years old. Why do you think our commander has this kind of hobby? Although I've never seen the commander's real face, Looking at his figure and hair from afar, he doesn't seem to be young. His body, will he be able to withstand it? When old Seventh heard this, he also looked around and said mysteriously, I reckon you won't know the reason even if you crack your head open. Hey, old Seventh, from the looks of it, you seem to know something? I didn't say anything about that. I know, Brother Jong. Don't talk nonsense. Hee, old Seventh, do you think I don't know your temper? We've been brothers for more than 10 years. We've been through thick and thin together from the time we helped the commander. What's so hard to say? Why don't I set up a table tonight to warm you up? TSK. Speaking of this, Brother Jong is being an outsider. Yes, I won't hide it from Brother Jong. A few banner masters were drinking together before the new year, and I was fortunate enough to serve them. I overheard some of it, but I've never told anyone. I'm telling Brother Jong today because we've been brothers for so many years. You absolutely must keep this a secret for me. When Brother Jong heard this, his eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, Who's your Brother Jong? Jong Ilang, who's known to be tight-lipped. How could he have leaked it? Hey, old Seventh, tell me about it. Actually, Brother Jong, it's nothing special. I just overheard it. It's said that the commander recently obtained a method to cultivate internal energy. He uses 77 girls who were born on the 7th day of the 7th month to harvest their primordial yin. He can cultivate a type of peerless internal energy that's rarely seen in the world. These little girls also need to have their primordial yin harvested. When he said this, Brother Jong was at a loss for words. When old Seventh heard this, he quickly went forward and covered Brother Jong's mouth. He said reproachfully, Brother Jong, look at you. Didn't you say not to make a fuss over nothing? What does the age of these little girls have to do with us? They're not our relatives, and we didn't kidnap them. We're just running errands. Even if the heavens punish us, the taller ones will bear the brunt of it. Brother Jong reached out and pulled old Seventh's hand away. He said, But, I'm just curious. How did the commander harvest the primordial yin of these little girls? Seeing that the brothers have all gone out to look for them, the commander must be very anxious. He'll probably be here soon. When he's done, there will definitely be some news. Let's just listen carefully. Zhong Xiaohua was annoyed and glad at the same time. She was annoyed because the commander was obviously a beast. He didn't even let go of little girls. She was glad because Little Orange was among these girls. She was sure that she hadn't been harmed yet. She wasn't too late. However, this manor was so big that she didn't dare to use her divine sense to look around. It was difficult to find where Little Orange was. She only hoped that these two people would say a few more words and tell her about Little Orange and the others. Unfortunately, these two people chatted for a while and stopped talking about this. Zhong Xiaohua was very anxious. She was about to jump out and capture them for questioning when she heard a voice shouting from afar, Zhong Qing, Bai Qi, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Brother Zhong hurriedly raised his voice and replied, Manager, please wait a moment. This kid is here. There was some movement from the pigeons just now. After saying that, the two people didn't dare to delay and hurriedly left. Zhong Xiaohua was left behind with a gloomy face. Looking at the small houses that looked very similar, Zhong Xiaohua knew that Little Orange and the others were definitely not here. But where could they be? Could it be that they're in the hall where the old man with the bronze mask came out? Seeing how Banner Commander Gao was so respectful to that person, he must be the commander that Brother Zhong and Brother Zhong are talking about. Zhong Xiaohua thought as she burrowed into the ground and moved towards the hall. Since that old man could sense Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense, he might also be able to sense Zhong Xiaohua's earth escape. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. After walking for a while, the sky started to darken. Some of the small houses were lit up. Seeing this scene, Zhong Xiaohua was very happy. There were very few lit houses, which meant that there weren't many people in the manor. At this time, it was alternating between black and white, and her vision was the most blurred. Wasn't this the best time for Zhong Xiaohua to make a move? Zhong Xiaohua flashed out. She didn't go towards the hall. Instead, with the hall as the center, she walked around the manor. She confirmed that other than the slightly bigger house in the hall, the other houses were all small. Little Orange and the others couldn't be outside. Only then did she walk to the vicinity of the hall. To be honest, Zhong Xiaohua's usual method was to use her divine sense to open the way. It was always successful. Now that she used her divine sense, she felt that her hands and feet were tied. She was extremely uncomfortable. Looking at the hall, which was slightly bigger than the small houses next to it, Zhong Xiaohua frowned. There were 77 people, and they weren't standing upright in the house. The hall didn't seem to be able to fit them all. At this time, there was a faint light coming from the hall. Zhong Xiaohua made up her mind and flew over, landing on the roof of the hall. Please vote for me. Thank you. 3. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,